Good afternoon, good morning. Hello. The timer.
Good morning, Elena.
Good morning, Denise. Hello, hello.
Hey, how are you?
Hi, hello. Donna.
Hello, hello, Elena. How nice to see you. How are you?
Good afternoon, good morning. Hello.
Good morning, Elena. I think I have a
Good morning,
background that
Elena.
is not right.
Good morning,
I'll
Denise.
change it.
Good morning, everyone.
Hey, how are
I'm going
you?
to appoint some of you to be my co-host.
Hello, hello, Elena. How nice to see you. How are
Hi,
you?
hi everyone. So nice to see all of you. Wow. We are early, but already a lot of people. We can
Good
begin
morning,
now.
Elena. I think I have
Good
a
morning.
Good morning,
background that is
Elena.
not right.
Good morning,
I'll change
Denise.
it.
Good morning, everyone.
Hey, how are
I'm going
you?
to appoint some of you to be my co-host.
Hello, hello, Elena.
Okay. Welcome, welcome. Good morning, good afternoon. Actually, already almost 5 minutes, and we have an afternoon in Israel, but some of you are still early in the morning. I'm appointing some co-hosts with me.
Boker Tov, good morning.
Good morning, Boker Tov. Good morning.
I'm from Israel.
So we are 5 minutes away from the beginning. In case something happens to my setup with the internet and the electricity or whatnot, I'm just appointing some of you to be my co-hosts so the event can go on. I'm just doing some final arrangements and we are getting ready to begin. Wow, so great.
Elena, I will have permission to share my screen.
Of
Is that
course,
correct?
yes.
Yeah.
You are my co-host, so you can definitely share my screen. We'll begin shortly. It's wonderful to see you with your cameras on. Nice to see your faces behind the names. Great. Kostas, good morning. I'm making you my co-host as well. I'm getting ready to be the keynote together with Betty. Good morning, everyone. So wonderful to see so many of you already here. Again, good morning, good morning. I see good afternoon. I see more and more people are joining. We already have 50 participants even before the official opening time. So exciting. Oh my gosh. So please say hello in the chat. Maybe write which country you're joining from. We would like to see the geography of who is actually live with us today. And we are getting ready to begin shortly. We are going to wait for more attendees, more participants to join. We're still 1 minute away from the official beginning time, but we are looking forward to learning where you're from, which institution. Please write to us in the chat. Hello, hello, good morning, good afternoon. It's 57 and it's 12. So we are going to wait a little bit. Like in many European countries, I'm going to stop the music. Hope you enjoyed the lobby introduction music. Okay, so now it's stopped. I'm still sharing my screen saying welcome to our Internationalization Online Study Day. We are very, very excited and very happy that you are here with us. Today, we have already people from Latvia, Israel, of course, Tel Aviv, Gordon, Ariel University, Thailand, Australia, oh my gosh, India. I'm telling you, the map is all over the globe. It's really an international event. We are so excited to see you here. So keep writing your country, your institution. We are happy to welcome everyone this morning, this afternoon, this evening, depending on where you are. Okay, so we are going to wait just a little bit before the actual official opening because more and more people are going to be joining us. Okay, we have our dear friends from Morocco, from Georgia, from Greece, from Spain. Okay, more and more countries are actually identifying themselves. Colombia, amazing. Germany, oh my God, we have a lot of countries here already. But of course, many of the participants are going to be from Israel. We have Kosovo and Nigeria. Wow, such a wide geographical coverage. We are so excited you received our invitation. Uganda, excellent. So Sapir Academic College has organized this wonderful event to promote internationalization of higher education. I represent Virtual Exchange Center, and we are here also together with the Impact Virtual Exchange Erasmus project, with a lot of partners from different institutions, different countries, all join forces to actually make this day an interesting, informative, and successful event for all of you to enjoy, to learn something new, hopefully to get inspired, to meet each other, to network, maybe to launch some new international initiatives. So let's see, we have more people who are joining and writing where they're from. 80 people already on Zoom with us. We have, again, a lot of people from Israel, Slovenia, some new countries, Uganda, a lot of Israel, of course. And please keep writing your institution, where you're from. You can also respond. There is a way to also comment on each other's comments. So we are really, really happy to welcome you all. I'm going to walk you through the program briefly, and then we will begin the official opening. Okay, so we are starting already. We are not going to wait because people will come and go. We have a very rich program for you to enjoy. So our keynote is supposed to begin in 7 minutes, but it can, go a little bit more flexible because we do want to hear from the Vice President of Sapir Academic College to open this event. Professor Omri Herzog will begin in a couple of minutes. we are still waiting for all of the registered participants to join. So our keynote is going to be by Professor Betty Lisk and Professor Konstantinos Pedritis. So Betty is from Australia and Konstantinos is joining us from Greece. I hope you're in Greece. I don't know, maybe you're in another country. You've been traveling, Kostas, so much.
Who knows? Who knows? Somewhere.
Okay. We are going to have a short break after the keynote session and then come back at 1:30 Israeli time, which is 12:30 Central European time. Then we will have two parallel sessions. One about Erasmus. Not everyone knows what it is and what it offers. And it's something that for me personally has become a huge career leap. As I said, I represent Virtual Exchange Center, Impact. I'm also an academic. My name is Elena. I'm your host today, trying to manage all of this running smoothly. So welcome and nice to meet you, those of you who don't know me. So our parallel sessions will be one about Erasmus, and the second parallel session is about tips for developing and implementing successful international projects, which can be both Erasmus and beyond other projects as well. So Professor Rhonda Sofer will walk you through some tips for development of successful international initiatives. And Einav Livne is the head of the Erasmus Plus National Office in Israel. She will, as a best expert here, we have walk you through some benefits and opportunities that Erasmus Plus offers you as academics. So we are actually expecting many of you to be lecturers, teachers in higher education, maybe some administrative representatives, but mostly we hope to give you some tool set and a toolkit for developing your internationalization, whether you are new to this field or whether you already have experience. And then we have those parallel sessions addressing different kind of level of proficiency in our audience. So after the virtual lunch break, we will have another two workshops running simultaneously. I know it's very hard to choose where to go. All of this is very, very interesting. So one workshop is going to be offered by Florida University, Florida International University guests, Gabriela Mendez and Alonso Cruz. They will walk us through some tips on networking, academic networking on LinkedIn. And actually, not only that, you will also learn about COIL, what COIL stands for, how to actually develop your collaborative online international learning experiences as a teacher, as a lecturer. And in parallel, we have another esteemed guest, Managing Director Sarah Pitarello from Uni Collaboration. Very, very happy, and myself included, I'm going to be in that session. We will talk about virtual exchanges and introduce you to this amazing, exciting field, and which all of you can join and test in your courses, in your higher education institutions. Finally, we are going to finish with the networking session. So I will stop now and I will invite Professor Umri Herzog to begin this Online International Day. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And wow, now I can see all of you guys here. Wow, we have 111 guests. So exciting. Thank you very much for joining us. And we will have more guests joining soon as well. So please, Professor Herzog, can you please share your screen or just give us your greetings?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Elena. And hello and welcome everyone to the Internationalization Study Day. It is my great honor to extend a warm welcome to 100, how many? 112 and more coming along, hundreds of colleagues from around the globe. And literally, just to repeat some of the name of countries where we're joining in from, Australia, Ukraine, Brazil, Georgia, Bulgaria, Latvia, Colombia, Morocco, Uganda, Slovenia, Lithuania, Serbia, Poland, Oman, India, Greece, Germany, Portugal, Canada, Israel, Algeria, United Kingdom, Sudan, Turkey, Thailand, Spain, Mexico, France, and the United States, and more. This is truly an international day which crosses so many borders, and that's exactly the point, right? So we gather today to explore the profound impact of international collaboration in academia and delve together into its transformative potential and the avenues it opens for fostering knowledge exchange. And as for my last sentence, let me assure you, when asked to talk a bit about the importance of international collaborations in academia, I felt a strong urge to use ChatGPT, but I resisted it. So I want, first of all, to thank the speakers and the participants, and especially the organizers. Limor Flatner-Faran, the head of the Internationalization Unit, and Ravit Tahar, the head of the English department, both from Sapir College, and Dr. Elena Mizrahi, an expert in virtual exchange. Thank you for making this day happen. As you may know, Sapir College is in the heart of the Gaza envelope, and with more than 10,000 students and staff members from diverse backgrounds, including Jews and Arabs, we were in the eye of the storm in that corner of the world, and still are. And I think that for us, the imperative for academic international collaborations has never been more crucial. Those collaborations serve as a linchpin for transcending geographical boundaries, bridging cultural divides, and harnessing collective research and thinking to address the challenges we face. And it's only through the synergy of diverse perspectives that true innovation, progress, and tolerance can emerge. And I swear it's not the ChatGPT speaking, but rather my conviction. I truly believe that, and I'm quite confident that we all share this belief. So I wish us all a fruitful and meaningful study and networking day. Thank you for joining.
Thank you very much, Professor Herzog. Thank you very much. We are going to begin with our keynote speakers. We have Professor Betty Lisk, an emeritus professor in education at La Trobe University at Melbourne, Australia, and an internationally recognized scholar and thought leader in higher education internationalization. She holds honorary positions in the Center for International Higher Education at Boston College, the Center of Higher Education and Internationalization in Milan, and the Center of Internationalization of Education, Brazil, Australia in Brazil. I will stop reading. She has a very long, interesting bio. You can go and read about her. I will also mention that Costas will follow Professor Konstantinos Pedridis from Hellenic Mediterranean University, Vice Rector of Internationalization, will follow on this interesting topic. Internationalization, the curriculum towards a better world. Thank you, Betsy, please.
Elena, before we start, are you going to record the session?
Yeah, it's being recorded on YouTube, but yeah, we'll
excellent.
now begin with the official recording in the cloud as well. Thank you very much.
Good. Well, thank you very much for the very warm introduction, Professor Herzog, and also to the organisers for inviting me to be part of this very special day in a very special part of the world. I wanted to start by looking particularly at a quote from the Global University Network of Innovation that I think is very important at this time. You see, it was written or published in 2017, but it was a call, an early call, I think, for universities to take up the challenge, one of the challenges of our times, around social inequality, poverty, environmental deterioration, immigration, global citizenship, peace, world and a call for higher education institutions to really focus on different sorts of things, perhaps to what they had traditionally been thinking about in terms of internationalization, but also more generally. So I'm having trouble with, there we go. So here's the outline of the session. I'm going to talk for about 20 minutes, and I would hope that we can have some good questions afterwards. I'm really focusing today or tonight, tonight for me, today for you, on the maturity of the study of internationalizing the curriculum that has come a long way in the last decade. I'm going to look at some frameworks and models that people can use if they're interested in picking up this approach to, in fact, do as they would like to do in relation to creating a better world, what they would like, how they would like to contribute to that. I will be talking a little bit in the first instance about a recent scoping study that was published on the development of the field of internationalization of the curriculum. And I think this is important because we need to understand that this is a field of study. It has solid academic roots, and it is continuing to develop and should continue in the same way, with research and study and networking and partnering as an important part of that development. So it wasn't, it is a subset, of course, of the study of international higher education, which has increasingly been seen in recent years as being focused or having a very important part to play in improving the quality of education in what is a rapidly changing, increasingly interconnected, but also divided world. And that there was a lot of pressure for institutions to internationalize quickly, and that wasn't always done in the first instance, with a lot of thought and research behind it, but that has changed. Studies of international higher education were initially, in many instances, focused on mobility of students and staff, but that did vary slightly across regions. And so, for example, in the US, there was a lot of focus on development education, etc. But we are seeing now also in institutions, and we saw a lot of research on managing and teaching diverse communities of students as a result of the global movement of students. But what we see from this scoping study is that it was really around 1986 that the first document related to internationalization of the curriculum was published on this database. But it wasn't until 2011, and for the next decade, a massive amount of research was published compared with that whole period. So nearly 79% of the total research published from 1986 to 2021 was in that 10-year period. I have my own theories around why that was, but the interesting thing is that whilst 66% of it was from the global north, newly emergent countries from the global south had a voice in that time and found their voice, and that voice continues to be heard. We still have a path to tread in relation to publication in languages other than English, though. What that article recommends is, or highlights, is the most widely accepted and comprehensive definition of internationalization of the curriculum. Does not mention mobility, but it does mention learning outcomes, assessment, content of the curriculum, pedagogy and teaching methods, and also support services. So it's a holistic definition, and it has a lot of space for interpretation. We're going to talk about how that space has been filled in part by some frameworks and models and work of giants who have done this work in institutions that are online now and that you'll be hearing from later. You're all part of that movement. So They also recommend it is time to have people move away from some of these more traditional forms of internationalization of curriculum and broaden out. Thinking about how to maintain those perhaps, but also how to build on them and move into different sorts of work. Of course, we saw also changes in other areas and other literature in the internationalization of higher education, with the redefinition of modification of Jane Knight and Hans de Witt's definition that many people used up until 2015, to one that includes the notion of all students, the global dimension, as well as the international and intercultural, and very importantly, that notion of universities making and internationalization of higher education, making a meaningful contribution to society. This increased emphasis on the social responsibility of universities has taken on not just a local and international flavour, but also a global flavour. So we see people starting to write in the mid-2000s, right at the height of that explosion, I guess, of literature around internationalisation of the curriculum, a recognition of the need to create dynamic and sustainable global communities with particular understanding of human values and pursuing human values rather than simply material wealth through internationalisation. And this reflects the concerns with the recruitment of international students for revenue without there being a balance of other activities that address the sorts of issues we see on this slide. The higher education curriculum has increasingly been seen as a way to tackle these wicked problems that in a super complex world where sometimes it seems like there is no solution. And this has been argued to be possible through preparing graduates to be professionals and citizens in this super complex world. So this is where we sit in terms of the values that drive internationalisation of the curriculum in recent time. So we're seeing this important movement to thinking about all students, and that means mobility is important, of course, but how do we provide, if not an equivalent experience, one with equivalent learning outcomes for all students at home? And we see people starting to pick up themes that resonate with them as part of this focus on the internationalisation of higher education, the human values, and the power of the curriculum, the power of education. And we see here on this slide a reference to actually the tagline for Florida International University's strategy around global learning for all. So I'm pleased to know that those people are on the program later today. We start to see people talking about internationalisation of the curriculum at home in Europe, as at the same time as in Australia and Canada in particular, we were focusing on talking about internationalisation of the curriculum. But also we see people thinking about not only what students will know, so not just the content and not just the preparation for the professional role that they'll take on, but who they will be as people, as human beings, and as serious actors with agency in a globalised world. Now, that's a big ask. We're looking at big picture questions here. We're looking at hard questions. We've recognised that they're super complex and that there may not be any easy solutions. And in fact, any situation can be read in very many different ways. We therefore need an agile curriculum, one that we can modify and adjust with thought and care, because this is an important function of higher education. So I define the curriculum in higher education there have been very few studies on the curriculum actually in higher education. Most of the studies have been undertaken in the schools sector and sometimes in the professional education sector. But the curriculum in higher education as being the result of connecting teaching and learning in the formal curriculum, that is what happens in programs, in the co-curriculum or in the campus-based activities and programs that are run outside of the formal program, but sometimes connected to them, and the meaningful education experiences that students have across their entire life cycle as to prepare them for life as professionals and citizens in this super complex world. Now, so I did some research in 2010, funded by the Australian government, to look at how academic staff in institutions in Australia, but also beyond. So it was an international project, although much of the funding and much of the work was done in Australia, that context matters, that people in different institutions with different priorities really looked at internationalizing the curriculum differently, but most of all, people in the disciplines had very different approaches. So people in health sciences, for example, were looking at internationalization primarily through often the development of student skills to work with patients from diverse backgrounds, to work in multilingual situations, perhaps where English wasn't the first language and they would need to communicate with people in different ways. But we've also found that the context of time, what is happening in the world at this time, what some of the situational obstacles and enablers are, what some of the economic situations and also the political environment is like, also have an influence on what people are thinking about in relation to how they might internationalize their curriculum. That's not to say they're thinking about it automatically, but if they're asked how to do it, where would they start? So this framework was designed to be used with faculty, with academic staff, to help them to start thinking about, given where their discipline is, what their discipline is, and the various layers of context, how they might plan their curriculum, thinking about the learning outcomes that they want to develop, how they'll assess those, and how they'll develop them as well. So what we see here is the process model. I'm going to skip through these quite quickly because they're all on my website with detailed instructions on how to use them. But basically, the thing to remember here is that this is a quality improvement model with an action research approach, but with the imagine phase here on the right-hand side of your screen being something slightly different. So you have to think about what you're doing and what sort of impact that's having, but also take time out to imagine something very different and new, thinking outside of those traditional paradigms of internationalization, but also the traditional paradigms within the discipline itself. And this is important because actually this whole process is one of learning and professional learning for academic staff. Academics and people who work in institutions are fortunate to have a whole range of different intellectual and physical resources that allow them to perhaps extend the boundaries of their own knowledge and practice. So the materials that are available on my website, they don't cost anything. You can grab them, you can use them, you can look at them yourself. But the idea is to work in a team, to get together a group of people who share a common purpose for internationalization of the curriculum, if not when they first meet, through discussion of what they see as those important local and global issues in both the related professions and the disciplines, but also what sort of people they want their graduates to be as they go out into the world as citizens of the local area, but also of the world. There are 5 things I think that we can do to move forward, and they really start with understanding the current state of what you're doing in your context. So this is a starting point, and really having conversations about, well, if it's not mobility, what is it? And if it is mobility and we've got a great mobility program or we've got a great virtual exchange program, but not everybody is involved in it, how can we bring some of those students' learning into the classroom for all students? And that might be a very simple solution for some. It might be those students who return from a mobility experience or who have been involved in a virtual exchange share their learning with students in the classroom who have not had that experience. So they get a benefit for sharing it, but also other students are encouraged to move into that space themselves. So engaging key actors and stakeholders and taking careful and strategic action is really important. I'm going to just finish with these 5 things that have worked in this process, as many people have written about their journeys in internationalizing the curriculum. Finding time for negotiation, discussion, debate, critique on the assumptions that we all have and that it's very difficult actually for us to identify. Making that space to imagine new possibilities and explore new ways of thinking about the world as we know it, and determining what this means for not just the formal and the informal curriculum, but what hidden messages are we sending to our students through whose knowledge counts in this curriculum, where the textbooks come from, and thinking about distributed leadership that is focused on problem solving and mutual inquiry around what does internationalization mean in this particular context right now, where context has all of those layers. And also bringing in diverse people, actors, agents to undertake this work, approaching it as purposeful. So that purpose, that rationale for internationalizing the curriculum is the starting point. Thinking of it as being context relevant at this particular time, and not just an add-on, but something that you can use as you're going through a regular process of 5-yearly course program design and review, maybe as part of your quality review processes. I think that what we've seen is the development of a new paradigm of internationalization of the curriculum that has these 3 main characteristics. Curriculum is a system of lots of different interconnecting parts, including the formal, informal, and hidden curriculum, but also learning outcomes, learning objectives, methodology, etc. That it challenges, it's a process. As a process, challenges dominant paradigms and challenges students to think differently as well, and has a goal of transformational learning at home for all students. If you want to know more, there are a number of places you can go. I've already mentioned my website. I do have an online workshop available that is self-paced and takes a couple of maybe 2 or 3 days to complete if you worked on it full time, or you could do it over 3 to 5 weeks if you wanted. And there are a wealth of resources online about communities of practice and how working together with people, not just from within your own program team, but more broadly across the world, as you're doing today, is a way of moving this agenda forward, not just for you, but for our global community of scholars, academics, teachers, and people who care about the world and making it a better place.
Wow, thank you so much, Professor Liz. This was really, really interesting and inspirational. I love the title that you came up with, Towards a Better World. I think this is a slogan to what we're doing here and what internationalization is all about in higher education, I guess. I would like to ask if there are any questions from the audience. You can unmute yourself and comment or ask. Also, feel free to write your insights, comments, ideas as we go in the chat and in the Q&A, and I will then address. Even if you have to go, we'll have something to begin our discussion with. I personally really, really enjoyed your idea of how us academics can expand boundaries of our own knowledge by entering the internationalization world. And not only that, so we have our own perspective, own growth, personal growth, but also looking at our students and how they can make this world a better place. So it's a huge responsibility, but it's a huge opportunity as well. So I think this is how we need to approach this. Any questions? Because if not, I have a question.
And I've seen some questions around, can people have the slides? And yes, they can, of course. You would like to ask a question, another question, Elena, if there don't seem to be.
Yeah, I am really interested in the graph that you presented about the intersection of formal curriculum together with informal curriculum and hidden curriculum. So this is a kind of a new framework for me personally. So can you elaborate on or what is hidden curriculum? So I can kind of imagine what formal and informal mean, but the hidden curriculum is a new concept for me. So what is?
So I think it's the hidden messages. I think of it as the hidden messages that we send without even knowing it. So we're often not even aware that in Australia, for example, in business programs, you'll often see textbooks from the US, rather than textbooks from Australia. Or if you're teaching a history program and you don't teach Indigenous history, you're only teaching European white history in a country that has a long tradition of Indigenous life and culture, then the hidden curriculum is that doesn't matter as much. We're privileging. When we make choices to select content, we make them without really always thinking about what is behind those and what message that is sending collectively. In the informal curriculum, I was shocked in one of my roles at the university was to organise international student orientation, and we required all international students to do intercultural competence training, but we didn't require domestic students to do that. When we investigated what the message was, domestic students really felt they had no responsibility to learn intercultural competence because they're coming here. And so they're going to have to learn to adapt to us. So we were sending the wrong message. This was the hidden curriculum. We were sending a message of they are coming to us, therefore they will adapt. Whereas what we needed to be doing was saying everyone needs to work together. Everyone is going to learn new things and become more interculturally competent by having this opportunity.
Yeah. Thank you so much. We have one more question. I guess we do have 2 minutes before the next part of the keynote from Anne. Would you like me to read it from the chat, Betty?
Is it the one about global citizen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's maybe
you read it. Yeah.
Okay. So I was wondering about the term citizen, preparing students for life as professionals and citizens. Is it connected to the intercultural citizenship concept of Michael Byron?
Well, it could be, and in some places it is, but in other places it's not. So this is, I think, a matter of context. This, some people are very familiar with the Byron model. Other people will pick up the OECD model of global competence framework and work with that. In some universities, they will get some scholarship going around what global citizenship means specifically for their students, what particular set of knowledge, skills, and values they want their students to have, and they will use that as their framework. So as if you were doing a PhD on a topic, you choose what your framework is going to be in teaching as well. It's just like you choose a textbook or you choose a model. And ideally you go to a model that has some research behind it, but then you might do some of your own so that you make it more contextually relevant.
Right. Thank you very much. We are going to move on then, and please keep your questions and insights and comments coming in the chat. We will get back to the discussion very, very soon again. We are continuing our session on the benefits of internationalization. We really want you all to think about how important and interesting and amazing this world is in terms of benefits of internationalization, because there are challenges, of course. You know, we could have done maybe a weekly session about the challenges. We want to focus on the benefits first to actually make you want to join this internationalization world. And Professor Petritis will be next, and from personal growth and empowering our students to become better prepared professionally and as citizens, we're moving on to more benefits. And Kostas, the floor is yours.
So thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Kostas. I'm Yavan. I'm from Greece, from the Hellenic Mediterranean University in Crete. And what I'm going to present you is my personal experience and how totally, in todos, as they used to say in Spain, internationalization has shaped me as a person, as an educator, and as a researcher. And through my personal experience, I will show you how this has impacted my university. So thank you very much, Elena, for the opportunity, Sapir College for the organization. And I would like to highlight that I'm not a professor of internationalization. My research field is laser physics, but I have shaped, you know, this the impact of internationalization. It was played an important role. So congratulations, first of all, for this organization. You know, I'm encouraging all of you to stay until the end, because we have to learn a lot of things, and this is the meaning of internationalization, as very nicely Professor Betty List has revealed during her presentation. So this is the outline of my talk. So I will move on. I will move on very fast, because a lot of definitions about internationalization has been revealed through the previous speaker's talk. So for me, internationalization is a culture. It's not, of course, numbers support the implementation of this culture, but for me, it's a culture. And this is a challenge, but also an opportunity to transform your university totally, and make a small university like mine to be able to collaborate with the giants. And this is what I'm going to describe to you right now. For us, and for me personally as a teacher, internationalization is the best assessment tool. It's the best assessment tool regarding what I'm doing, how capable I am, what my university is doing regarding curricula, doctoral school, research, implemented research processes. This is the best, because the reference is the global. The reference point are the global developments. And in order to be competitive, in order to get improved, it's not what do you say. You can say whatever you want about yourself or about your institution. It's like, how do you compare yourself with, you know, the global reference? According to EU, And according to the European Union, we have the numbers that define the performance of a university regarding internationalization. Of course, staff and student mobilities is one number. The other one is the participation in international programs, development of joint and double degrees as an initiator for more mobilities, but also as an indicator for more international collaboration, the support that you provide to the incoming student, and the participation in distributed research facilities, if we are going to talk, because for us, research is a part of the internationalization, and of course, co-publications with other colleagues on abroad. This is according to the key performance indicators that the European Commission has provided to us in order to evaluate the internationalization. The aims of my presentation I already mentioned is like to share my story and of course listening your stories in order to get improved, but also to show to you the impact of internationalization in all levels, personal and institutional. So the benefits of internationalization for individuals are numerous. I will start with the cultural competencies, soft skills. That one of the questions was about soft skills. Internationalization is the playground of soft skills. I'm going to tell you my personal story. I thought that, Greeks are the smartest people. And the first time when I went to St. Andrews in Scotland, I discovered definitely we are not. Okay, so I have, a lot of, stories to tell you later on, but definitely the cultural competencies. You learn how to speak through email, through personal interaction with Swedish, with German, with Israelis, with people from Morocco, with all over the world. I mean, it's a different, you learn how to communicate. You learn how to reveal the message that they would like to say to you and how you should engineer your message in order to have an impact to all the culture. You practice your language skills, you overcome even your Greek accent as myself, and you speak openly, and you can, you develop and you improve in written, but also in oral way. Professional development, you're building your network, you are making co-publications, you are creating new professional colleagues, you are attracting funds, you collaborate through publication with other groups, and you are bringing new ideas back home. And also the development of soft skills, some of them, you are more open-minded, you are more inclusive, you have your self-awareness of what are you doing, how well are you doing, you are adapt in any kind of environment. As a coordinator also, you are developing a lot your negotiation skills, and also you are problem solving, a lot of issues that you are facing, not because of technicalities, but also on communication. Sometimes there are a lot of barriers or some obstacles, how you should communicate, what do you want. About benefits to institutions, you are bringing good policies back home. You can make your university, and this is the only thing, and this is what I love about internationalization. Size does not count. Probably you are the smallest college in the world, but you can become the biggest institution in the world through internationalization, because hinders, this collaboration aspect, and this provides a vision in everything. So you can share good policies. In Europe, we share, policies regarding the European approach, the higher education era, how to develop, joint courses. We discuss, we collaborate, we implement, and also in research through the European research area. You improve your educational offer, because through internationalization, you can include new programs, joint courses, virtual exchanges that you cannot deliver as a university because of the size sometimes, because of the lack of expertise. But your international network is there, can come, can collaborate with you, and you can extend your offer. You can become, you can offer, that anything that the big universities, they can offer. You can harmonize your assessment tools. You can introduce micro-credentials regarding non-official, kind of curriculum. You can do so many things to improve your educational offer, as I show you. You can improve your research outcome through collaboration. You can extend your research fields, your research laboratories, the equipment, the human resources through collaboration and mobility of researchers. You can also attract good talent. You can reduce and can lower the brain drain. You can make it brain gain. if, collaborate through the internationalization, and also through the offering of international programs, new talents from all over the world, they can come, they can work. And don't forget, what do they say in Harvard? It's not Harvard. Harvard is because of their graduate students. So by attracting good international talents, you are improving your ranking, you're improving your branding. You can attract more funds because money talks. This is also very important. And also you can improve, as you will see, your position in the world ranking. And this means more funding through education and through research grants. About societal and global benefits, if you engage the society, you can support through internationalization the city, the country that you support. You can apply science diplomacy through your internationalization network. You can encourage and support other types of collaborations in other fields beyond education. And of course, you can attract your students that they work in the US to come back in order, to implement and invest their knowledge in the university, but also in the society. And don't forget that you attract more tourism also to your area. So I will provide you now my case study on what did I say. And this is my experiences with a lot of mistakes that I have done. I'm doing mistakes every day. But, I'm very grateful to internationalization as an individual and also as a human. So fundamentally, I started from a very international profile. I was very open. I was a semi-professional basketball player, so I have played in a lot of tournaments representing my country on abroad. So this helped me from the very young to be more adaptive, to be more open in internationalization. At the same time that I was also in the university, I was airport dispatcher, so I was continuously in contact with people beyond my country. I continued first time of internationalization in my topic was like when I have started my postgraduate studies. So I finished my undergraduate studies in Crete, in the University of Crete, in the physics department, and then I moved to Scotland for my master and my PhD in the University of St. Andrews, and then I continued as a postdoc in Barcelona in the photonics and also as a teaching staff in Imperial College in London. And the majority of my publications, 90%, are with groups outside. So I was open, and what I have learned through the internationalization in personal view, definitely Greeks are not the smartest people in the world and not, the most handsome ones. Definitely we are not. The second thing that I learned is like by observing other kind of nationalities is like to build my working ethics, to plan better the way that I'm working and not, leave things in the last moment. Sometimes I succeed, sometimes not. I have developed, I believe, some particularly soft skills like openness, inclusivity. I have learned to listen all the parts, even though my listening skills are still poor. But also, I have learned how to speak to different nationalities and don't feel like I felt the first email that I have received from Swedish. Hi, Kostas. Okay. I thought that, this guy does not like me because I'm from a Mediterranean area. I was more UK educated, dear sir, best regards. But the people, they say the same meaning. But how did I perceive at the beginning? It was something that I didn't know. And through the interactions, through internationalization, I built also these cultural competencies. Also, I helped the others to learn, what does it mean, the Greek tomorrow? The Greek tomorrow means, a lot of things. But, I have learned through internationalization to convince them. But this was from the personal point of view. From the funding point of view and from my, portfolio, I managed through internationalization to attract more than 10 million euros. And this helped me, professionally. A part of the publication, and another thing that helped you a lot is like the funding that you have attracted. So I managed, through 2006 that I returned back to Greece to attract, this funding, and this is exclusively the funding from internationalization. And this, helped your university to build, as you will see, infrastructures, culture, to be able to train the other colleagues, to be more acceptive, and also to see internationalization as a routing for professional development. And if you are not going to succeed to engage academics through the internationalization, you will never become, a very international school, a very international university. So in professional level, through internationalization, I have received awards from the European Commission as an Erasmus ambassador, and recently I have received a Fulbright scholar to move next year to the States in order to continue my studies. Regarding the assignments, I was like an adjunct student, professor. I found the opportunity through the internationalization now to have, other kind of roles. I'm not suggesting you to do this, but, also is a role like a vice rector of internationalization. So through internationalization and through my experience, I introduce, the following, activities in my university in order also to show you now the impact in a small university. So it helped me to work and implement projects, courses, programs with big universities in concrete manner. This is not what I will do. This is what has been done. All right. So what I would like to show to you, internationalization is an opportunity to lower the barriers of ranking. A lot of universities probably will say, HMU, Hellenic Mediterranean University, we never know. But through the personal relations, through the personal trust that you develop through internationalization, you can collaborate, and we have collaborated with all these partners. We have, during the COVID-19, and Betty mentioned about challenges, I have experienced this. We were the first university together with a lot of colleagues from Israel. I can see Eli here in the audience. I can see Ron Blonder from Weizmann. And we worked together, and in the first week of the COVID-19, we implemented 24 hours of training on how can you challenge and what kind of pedagogies and technology you should use in order to teach under COVID-19 perspectives and barriers. I have worked together with Cologne Institute of Technology on how to learn online with the students, from your country. I mean, we have introduced language courses, with Chinese partners, with Swedish partners, with German partners, in order to introduce new languages to our students. We have joint doctoral courses in perovskite technologies that links research and education with EPFL in Lausanne, and we have worked together with Study in Israel in order to develop, what did you ask? The first soft skills academy courses for our students and for our staff as principles, but also as in order to practice. And of course, through internationalization and through collaboration, we have introduced to our students the most employers, the best companies in the world in order to speak with them. Of course, we organize other activities continuously in order to trigger the importance of internationalization to our students and staff through international weeks and through collaborations with funding agencies like Horizon, but also Marie Curie Actions. This month, for example, the following months, we organize an international week that we have attracted 400 partners, and these new numbers are incoming numbers. This counts on your ranking. In pedagogies and technologies in higher education, and we're very happy also Elena will be part of these projects and other people among us. We invite, next week 50 African universities to come in Crete, speak with us how we would like to collaborate. And of course, we organize international university fairs to bring universities in our campuses to present themselves at the same time to negotiate how to collaborate. Internationalization also had a great impact in the research that we are doing. So for the last 3 years, every Friday, we invite the best scientists in the world through online colloquia talks to speak. And these were personal contacts. So what I would like to show to you, internationalization opens, the world to a small university. So we invite people, from Weizmann, Technion, if I would like to speak in the Israel area, but all over the world, from the States, even from MIT. In order to speak to our students. Through internationalization, we have introduced a new era of higher education, like virtual exchanges together with colleagues that, they participate, and also to introduce the blended intensive programs as initiatives to show to them the impact, the nice thing to collaborate online and then come face to face to realize this. And this we believe, and according to the EU, 60% of the participants that they participate in blended intensive programs, they continue to participate in longer mobility. Through internationalization, we have introduced, 3 international joint master degrees, one in laser fusion, like the PLAPA, together with the Nuclear Agency of France and Imperial College in London, the Organic Electronics Master Degree together with Technion regarding plastic electronics. We are part of the European Universities, Athena, and we are very proud of this. We are very active in capacity building projects, and I'm very honored also about the IPEN that, built nanotechnology and lasers as a national project with Israel. I mean, with Hebrew University, with Technion, with Weizmann, with Ben Gurion, with Bar Ilan. And this, shows how you can network your research through education in order to make something big. And also, recently, we are part of the Erasmus Mundus family in also topic that links research with education. Impact also is something that we collaborate, and we are very proud that internationalization has impacted our graduate students. Here I highlight two of our graduate students that they are professor, one of them in University of Edinburgh and the other one in CERN in Switzerland. We are part of international research facilities. This is a new tendency right now in Europe in order to share human resources and facilities. So we are very proud that we led flagship European projects like graphene flagship, how to use 2D materials, in our case, in solar cell devices. This was highlighted by Nature Energy. We are part of European research facilities. So you can see here facilities all over the Europe that, we have the funding for the researchers to be mobilized, implement their research, and this will bring more publications with all these groups that they receive more citations, because it's not the number of publications, it's the number of citations that a publication receives. And we are very happy that we received good news that we are also, our research facilities are going to be part of the European priority in order to build the European semiconductor industry. And this is the new project, Infraship Research Facility. So this is an aspect together with our laser center, the aspect of internationalization, not only in education, but also in the research, in order to highlight the work and attract more money and, more reputation and better, citations. The same thing happened with the laser fusion, and our facilities are part of, not only national facilities, are part of the new Eurofusion consortium, how to exploit laser fusion for green unlimited energy. As a university, of course, we introduce mobility, staff and student mobility. The vision that I have is the following: all the HMU students to experience internationalization before graduation. Either these are short mobilities as a volunteers up to long mobilities. And this will change, the culture. These people, they will not only change the culture of the university, they will change the culture of my country and the whole Europe and the whole world for a better world, as Betty's, logo, I like it very much, it is. These people, they are going to bring more communication and more stability in our region. We have received awards because of the internationalization since 2006 from our national agency, and we are very happy. As a small university that in this year, in Greece, we were the first one regarding the increase of incoming staff, the increase of incoming students, and fifth in absolute numbers among 25 Greek universities. We have initiated, and this is also an opportunity, and this does not depend on the size, the first things in Greece. And this, I would like you to keep it into your mind. If you are the first that you introduce something, always you are going to be a reference point, even though that you are not Weizmann. And keep this, your eyes open, have a vision in order to exploit internationalization. And also we received this nice message from our national agency, how good practice HMU is through internationalization, and this highlighted in the national level as well. Challenges, a lot. And the biggest challenge is to change the culture of academics. I am an academic. So to show to them why it's important. This can be happen in a good way or in a hard way. So in a national level, I promote, the initiative. No one is going to get promoted if you don't satisfy a threshold. A threshold regarding internationalization, teaching in English, collaborating with other people, initiate more mobilities. This should be as a threshold. If you don't satisfy this, you cannot be promoted. The other thing, of course, is like integrating the internationalization into your system, hire the appropriate people. I would like to hire Elena and all of you in my university as well in order to become stronger. And of course, financial support. Always, the people, they ask for more money in order to support student staff to be mobilized. And I would like to thank you, Toda Rabba, and remember what, Steve Jobs said about internationalization. Stay hungry, stay foolish for more aspects. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kostas. Really, really inspirational. I think all of us are energized. Thank you for your energy and such interesting stories. I mean, if you haven't bought the idea, I don't know what can sell it to you. It's the best, really, such a wide opportunity of opportunities again, right? Kostas, you have some questions in the chat. Would you mind reading them out loud? So when
if you can read me, I will read. I
yes,
respond.
yeah. Okay,
I will say the whole event myself. So
okay. We have an interesting question from Ibrahim. Dear Konstantinos Petridis, I was very impressed with your biography. What is the first step to internationalization? What tips do you have for minorities? Very interesting, two questions.
Actually, internationalization, a proof of internationalization is how adaptive and how inclusive you are for the minorities. So I will say to Ibrahim, is like the universities, like they should develop the systems, the activities in order to include minorities into the system. Civic engagement, virtual exchanges, blended intensive programs. These are the activities that the system should take in order to engage the minorities. I don't like, the minorities into the system. And of course, more triggering, more events from the university that, the system, like the society, the city, universities are part of the city. We had I remember a very nice talk in Impact about civic engagement of the universities, more engagement, more activities in order to include them. And of course, the minorities should be, open to these calls, to be open in order to be engaged. Engagement is the first thing that I will say.
Yeah, it's the two-way approach, right? So there needs to be also a collaboration from both sides, of course. But
if I have not responded to Ibrahim, please insist. And
yeah. Excellent. So we have another question from Anne. Gladys, I like the vision that every student is obliged to spend at least 2 weeks abroad. Is financing the biggest obstacle for that, or mental boundaries? What do you think, Kostas?
Mental boundaries, I like it, but it's too heavy. I would say, money always is important. The minimum mobility that you can do is 5 days. And this is how you can engage the city. Because if the city can finance the universities in order to sponsor some of these mobilities, the town halls, they know that these students, they will come back later on. They are going, let's say to Germany from the small college that you are in Sapir, they will go to Germany or to the States, and they are going to disseminate, the Israeli values or the area to their American students. And then they will come back in order to invest their knowledge, but they are going to bring back, more, people to visit the place. So I will say money can be found, but you need to engage the appropriate stakeholders. And I think, it's not only industry. It's like the local authorities that they should be engaged in order to sponsor these short mobilities. And the short mobilities, according to the EU regulation, can start from 5 days. They can go to 1 month, but let's say mobilities from 5 days up, to a semester. And also don't forget, I remember, my wife was a partner in Boston Consulting, and always they were checking through the interview the volunteer job. So also you can promote, your students to go abroad in order to do a volunteer job and not only, studies. That of course is the Mecca. It's not only the Mecca, but you explain to the students why you should go abroad.
Yeah. Very, very interesting, and I agree with that. Kostas, we have another great question that actually is a kind of a leap towards the second part of our training today, study day. So in your opinion, what is the role of online education and virtual exchange in internationalization of education? A question by
I will say, of course, I'm experiencing new things every day. So for me, virtual exchanges is a great initiator in order to inspire the people to overcome the fear to speak, to overcome, I'm coming back to Ibrahim also question, to make people to interact, to communicate, what we represent, what we are doing. It's like a great tool in order to let people communicate under crisis. Like how is to teach under crisis? How is to teach, under bombardment, under isolation? I mean, so virtual exchange, and this has been shown by bibliography, that is the first step to introduce to, like how can I say, to the living room of internationalization. So it's a great tool, exploit it, it's for free. These things cost no money. You only need to have a Zoom in order, to build your network and introduce your student, yourself, your colleagues into this paradise, I will say.
Yeah, I really also like the idea that you mentioned that students don't have to spend the entire semester abroad in order to experience internationalization, that there are these new opportunities of short mobilities, 1 week, 2 weeks, and it's really something that is almost like the majority of students should be able to do, and the institutions should be able to encourage and sometimes support.
Elena,
yeah.
Please, I'm sorry, I have to wait. This is
no, this is just how I entered the world through Erasmus mobility. So it's a 1 week in another institution where you exchange teaching practices, and it was really a minor step because you leave your families behind and you go for 1 week, but you start this interesting process of internationalization.
In Europe right now, because they have realized the impact of the virtual exchanges, they have started to count in mobilities, because Europe has a very big target, 50% of students and staff to mobilize, within Europe during their studies or their teaching, kind of career. But now they have realized that this cannot happen because of the reasons that Elena has mentioned and other reasons in physical mobility. So they start to try to integrate virtual and blended mobilities. It's something that we have already started with Impact, with Elena, with Samia, I can see here, with Rhonda smile. She has a very nice smile. In order, and other colleagues, Stans, and, other colleagues from Maribor that we try to do. So these are the things that, they try to count because they have seen the impact. And COVID-19 and all the kind of difficulties take them as an opportunities of new things. And this is what COVID-19 showed to us, to Zoom, to introduce virtual exchanges, blended industry programs. Any crisis, of course, it has a very bad impact to all of us, to some people in particular, but also is a challenge for change. It's an opportunity for transformation.
Thank you very much, Kostas. We will close the keynote right now. I would like to read the comment by Anne Magano, I hope I pronounced this right, from Portugal. Either by mobilities or through virtual exchanges, all university students should engage with groups of students from other countries to be prepared for the real world. I think it summarizes the message, and it also is a nice bridge towards the
Elena,
sessions. Yes?
can I add
Yes,
information about mobility according to Konstantinos' sentence, which he just said some minutes ago?
Yes.
I think virtual meetings are good, but virtual meetings mobility is like eating online. You can see the food, but you don't touch it, you don't smell it. We are doing a lot of mobility, and I also think that it's important to meet virtual. In our project, we meet virtual with the partners every month, but it's not complete, it's not the same if going somewhere, meet people, spend time together, make some research, make some fun. So it's completely different. So I hope that EU institution will not squeeze too much for the virtual meetings, because it's really not the same. And I believe in contact which you have in each countries. We have even here in Poland, in Warsaw, in my projects, we have like 2 meetings in real life, but we have also very often the virtual meetings. They are very important, especially during COVID time. It was good connection, but I'm sure that it's not the same like face to face.
No. We are not.
Let me correct something. I never say that they are the same. I said the opposite. I said that virtual exchanges can initiate the physical exchanges in order to reach higher numbers that now, I cannot pronounce your name, Professor, I suspect Dabrowski, is like, now we are below.
Oh, I'm just only president of small foundation.
Okay,
I'm not
whatever,
professor.
you are a colleague. So
Okay.
I said the opposite.
No, I know, but it was not message like to you, opposite to you. It was elite afraid, elite scared that EU institution, sometimes they going too far with, political correction. It's like go by train to Portugal because you must be eco-friendly, or go or meet virtual because you use too much petrol to go somewhere. So, it must be, we call it good balance. I believe in ecology, but I believe also that we have to do what we have to do. And so it was not connected with you, only about, sometimes it's, we can see in documents from EU that, about ecology or about that kind of thing, that you shouldn't travel so much, that maybe better to change for virtual meeting. I think we should make balance. It should be, sometimes it's good to make virtual, but for sure we can't avoid the meeting in real life.
In order to respond also to one, I would like to defend a little bit, the EU and the EU approach in order to promote, in order to increase the physical mobility. Sometimes in order to do something, you need to vision it. You are not doing something if you are not, imagine the things that you would like to do. So sometimes to eat online, in order to it's like a dream, a vision, in order to eat in a very nice restaurant. However, also Erasmus and EU represent three things: inclusivity, equity, as well. So virtual exchanges provide the floor, as Ibrahim has asked me, to people that they hesitate because of a lot of reasons to mobilize, to be introduced themselves before they will do the physical mobility as well. Sometimes also some students, because they are working, they don't have the funding, they can collaborate and they can be introduced themselves and experience, partially, what is internationalization. So there are a lot of, things to say. Of course, I totally agree that as the physical mobility to be together, nothing compares. But also virtual mobilities are doing, they have a great benefit to the stakeholders.
Wonderful, wonderful. We all agree, I think, and we will also agree to have a very short coffee break. Virtual coffee, unfortunately, no coffee offered. Really, 14 minutes break, and then we will come back. I'm going to share again the link to the program, study day program, where you can access upon your choice either the next, hold on one second, here's the program, either a session about Erasmus starting in 14 minutes, or session number 2 by Professor on the software on the tips for developing and implementing successful international projects. So let's take a short break and see you very, very soon. Thank you.
Just to one more thing, there's a link to a survey that if people are leaving, please fill it in. We need it for our impact program to assess the study date. So it's really, really important. I've been throwing the link all the time because people come and go, but we appreciate your spending the 5 minutes to fill out our feedback survey. So thank you. And you can even fill it out if you're going to be leaving soon during your coffee break.
Thank you very much. Yes. Okay, I'm going to stop the recording and continue it shortly. Okay. Thank you very much to our keynote speakers, both Kostas and Betty. You were exceptional. Thank you so much. Really warm wishes from Israel.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you both from Portugal. It's been wonderful to listen to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Some people don't want to go on a break, they want to network. That's understandable. You can also maybe just drop something in the chat if you want to leave your email address, exchange ideas. I will soon show you some more resources how you can follow up and continue conversation. Thank you.
Thanks, Elena.
Hi everyone. Einav, you're here? Einav?
Where's the other session?
It's in the other room. Hi, Wanda.
Hi, how do I get there?
There was a Canva.
How do we get there?
Yeah, I have no idea. Nobody.
In the chat, there is a Canva.
A what?
Okay. You need to follow the link in the chat.
Which link?
So
There's
your
lots of
session is
links.
in another Zoom link. Please just click on that link.
Which link is it?
Okay.
You threw 3 links there.
Okay, in the chat, there is one program link, and you can just click join under your name.
Wait, where's the program link? What time did you send it?
Here.
It's in the chat right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the chat right now, and I'm sending another link for you too.
Okay.
Join directly. So whoever's interested to join Rhonda's session, you have a Zoom link right in the chat. So you will leave this Zoom and enter another Zoom. And let's see that Elena is here. Okay.
Elena, will we have the option to come back to this main session?
Of course, both the links are always open, so you can go back and forth if you're interested. So
I found the room.
It's not working.
Okay, so please let me share the link to the program as well. You have a join button in the program, so it will take you to a new room. If you need to go to a new room, there are only 2 rooms, this one and another one. So in this room, we are going to have Erasmus session in just a few minutes, as soon as Einav joins us here, and Ravid is going to be in charge of this session. Okay, so I see you later because I have to begin the other session in another room. Feel free to join us there and then come back here. Let me reach out to Einav, see what's happening at the moment.
Einav, did she join us?
So Einav is joining us in just 2 minutes, so please stay patient. We are bringing her in. She cannot access, for some reason, this room, but she's on the way. She's ready to join. The head of the Erasmus National Office in Israel is joining us shortly. So just wait one. Okay, so Inav is going to join us anytime.
Yes, I'm here.
Here she is.
Hi.
Hi. Okay, so I'm moving on to Rhonda's room
Okay.
and we'll take over. Thank you so much.
Hi, Einav. Welcome. Einav is the head of the National Erasmus Plus office in Israel. And Einav, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Sorry I was late. Technology, still a problem. So good morning to everyone. And just before we start, can you just write like in the chat, press 1 if you've never heard of Erasmus Plus, 2 if you know about Erasmus Plus but you want to know more, and 3 if you're just looking for updates on Erasmus Plus. Okay, so 1, 2, or 3. 1 is I know absolutely nothing, 2 is I want to know more, and 3 is I want updates. Okay, great. So mostly 2s, some 1s, and several 3s. Okay, that's good. So my second question, 1 if you're from Israel, and 2 if you are from an EU country or an associated country, 3 if you're another partner country. So 1, 1, 1, we'll have some 2s. Okay, 3s. Okay, good. Okay, so mostly 1s, several 2s, and several 3s. Okay, so great. It's nice to see and meet you all. So as it was said, I'm Einav. I'm the head of the National Erasmus Plus office here in Israel. I'll also write to you our email, so you have it. If you have any questions or follow-ups to this meeting, so you have my email here. And now I'll share my presentation. So this is a very informal meeting. So if you have any questions, just you can stop me. And if I see that there are too many questions piling up, then we'll kind of have it more gradual and leave questions for the end. But I like to be interfered. I don't like to talk to myself too much. So just feel free to hop in anytime. Can you see my presentation now?
Yeah.
Yes, great. Thank you. So, so we do have a few ones. Some of you said that it's completely new to them. So I will speak as if this is the first time I'm presenting Erasmus Plus. Maybe it would be a bit faster. Okay. And I'm looking up just because, you know what? I don't have to look up. I can move this. There. Now I'm looking at you. Much better. Okay. So Erasmus Plus, before that. So it's the EU flagship program for education, training, youth, and sports. What does that mean? We'll get more into it. Of course, I don't know all of you, but of course, we're in very difficult times, and I'm sending the office and me are sending our condolences for all of our colleagues on any side of this horrible conflict that we're in. So, what is Erasmus Plus? Erasmus Plus is actually a program that funds international collaboration in education and youth, and it's very active in Israel. Israeli institutions have over 400 collaborations with EU and universities. This is ongoing collaborations. Projects, over 23 million euros were invested in projects with Israeli partners. There are 70 ongoing international Erasmus projects that include Israeli participants. And in Israel, we have the highest number of mobilities within our region, which is South Med, with about 20% of the ICM grants. I'll get into what ICM really means, okay? So I don't know if you know this map. It's used almost in all Erasmus presentations, but this map shows how this is like the base of how Erasmus Plus works. There are what you used to call program countries. Today they're called they're member states and associated third countries. It's less catchy, but it's the same meaning. Okay, so it's the member states and several more countries. I'll show you the full list soon. That they are partner countries. They are the like the main Erasmus activities are through there, and there are the external funds for the non-associated third countries or the partner countries, which Israel is a non-associated country. So this can be confusing to some because in Horizon, we are a partner country, but in Erasmus, we are a non-associated third country. There are a lot of calls open to non-associated third countries. Don't worry about that. But just so you know, as per terminology and as per requirements, Israel is a non-associated third country. So here are the 6 states that are not EU member states, but are still associated countries. So that's North Macedonia, Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, Turkey, and Serbia. Okay, just so you know that. So they are in the same level and in the same position as associated countries. Israel is in South Mediterranean, which is region 3. Yes. So you will get these slides, I believe. So region 3, you can see here that the countries that are listed under region 3. Why is this important? Why is this relevant? Well, it's relevant when you're trying to understand which regions can take part in which calls or in which priorities. Actually, region 3 is a good region to be in because we click we tick all the box on regional priorities. We share all the priorities, but some calls are regional. That means that we can't collaborate with countries that are not in our region. Like we can collaborate, of course, with EU countries, but not with, for example, Georgia in some of the calls, or India. Yeah, and also some calls require inter-regional collaboration. Okay, that, for example, virtual exchanges require. So that means we can't just collaborate like with the university from Germany and France without involving also another university from Morocco or Palestine or Tunisia in some of the calls. Some of the calls, this isn't a requirement. Okay, so we'll get more into that, but that's why you should be familiar with the concept of regions, okay, in Erasmus+. So I'm the head of the Erasmus+ office in Israel. What are our goals? So our goals for this this is our last year for 2025, and then we're working on a new goals and new program for the next years until the end of this current Erasmus call, which is 2027. So involving NGOs and stakeholders in applications of projects, we're working closer with vet and youth communities because, as I said, and maybe it wasn't mentioned here, but over 90% of the higher education institutions in Israel are actually active in Erasmus. Also, I will send you in the chat at the end of my talk a couple of things. One is the list of the eligible higher education institutions in Israel. There you can find all of the contact points of all the higher education institutions in Israel that are eligible for Erasmus, and also a partner search sheet where you can add your details. If you're looking for partners in Israel, then we have a database that's always updated and that you can fill out and be part of. So main topics that we promote in our office is the Green Deal, the European Green Deal, and academia industry topics, and of course, inclusion as a key factor in all these activities. We're actually working on a very interesting inclusion report on how Erasmus has impacted inclusion in higher education and international activities in Israel. But not only, I'll send you a third link. I promised you 3 links. The third link will be how to register for our newsletter and get updates from us and crucial information like that. So if we go back to what is Erasmus+, okay? So Erasmus+ has aims that it wants to create. These are very general headings, but at the end of the day, they're very important to have at least one of these elements within the projects that you take part in and the projects that you submit through the Erasmus+ calls. So of course, environment, you don't have to include all of them, as I said, but there has to be some linkage to at least one of them, okay? So we're talking environment, we're talking issues of inclusion and diversity, we're talking about the digital transformation, innovation, technology and learning, okay? Entrepreneurship, it's the same idea of innovation in higher education. democratic values, and the issue of employability and global market skills, okay? How do we carve out the future Erasmus graduate? How do we carve out this future student and higher education graduate that's prepared and equipped to take part in a global market and also to impact it, okay? So this is, I think, the most important slides for those of you who have no idea what Erasmus is. What are the Erasmus activities in general and specifically in Israel? Because there are a multitude of activities, but I'm going to get into what's going on in Israel, okay? So there's the mobility activities, mobility in the sense that you travel from Israel to the EU or from EU to Israel. Who travels? It can be youth, it can be students, it can be staff. And when I say staff, I mean academic staff, but also administrative staff, okay? If you want to build your capacities in certain fields and certain services that you give to students, it could be in the operation of labs, okay? It can be a lot of things. You can travel for studying, you can travel for teaching, and you can also travel for training, okay? If you want to have to train or to job shadow with a colleague from an EU country or vice versa, it's possible through Erasmus. Why do we call it mobility and not exchange? Because exchange it assumes that one goes and like tit for tat, right? But mobility is not that way. You can have a mobility agreement where you only travel from, like, where students only come from one place to the other, or maybe staff go to this direction and students go to that direction. So if you can have something that's much more fluid, okay, and flexible. So that's mobility. You have mobility agreements are bilateral, okay, between two institutions mostly. Then we have the projects. Projects is a very, very wide field, and I'll get more into it as we go further in our slides. But what you need to know about Erasmus projects is that it's a consortium. There are several institutions working together to create capacities or to create new knowledge or new tools in certain fields, okay, to create an impact. That impact can be on an EU level, that impact can be on an Israeli national level, okay? But we're talking about collaboration and sharing of knowledge and creating new outcomes in different fields, that the only prerequisite here is that they relate to the values and the goals that I presented earlier, okay? And that, of course, that they're innovative and that they're new in a sense that it hasn't been done before and it hasn't been previously financed by other bodies, okay, including the EU. Then we move on to Jean Monnet. Jean Monnet is a very, very specific call for researchers and lecturers and institutions that want to promote or teach the issue of European Union studies. Now, when I say European Union studies, it's very broad. It can be in economics, it can be in immigration, planning, it can be in history and culture. So we have many aspects of the European Union that you can research and that you can teach. But this is the most important value in the Jean Monnet program, and this is what it funds: to create models, to create research, to create networks and shares on the topic of EU studies, okay, European Union studies. So if it has anything to do with you, I think you already know, right? Next, we have the joint master's degrees, which I'm very proud to say that in the current, in the new Erasmus call, like since 2021, Israel has won this prestigious grant. Bar-Ilan University has won as a coordinator of a joint master's degrees on neurodata and neuroscience. It's a joint degree, as it sounds, joint or double degree with other universities in the EU, but not only, okay? And the main goal here is to work together to create a master's degree that's innovative, that's cutting edge, and that meets the global needs, right? Of the economy or the world or research oriented. It doesn't really matter, but it needs to be an innovative field that and an innovative study program where each institution in that study program, the students go through at least 3 universities while doing this degree, universities or colleges, and they get an essential added value from each one of the colleges they go through, and together it comes together to a full master's degree. Okay, so there's joint master's degrees. There are youth activities, which I won't be getting into because, as I understood, this audience is hardcore higher education. And there's the Erasmus Plus Israeli HERES. Okay, what are HERES? Higher education reform experts. Okay, and this is actually a forum that gets together and impacts the Council for Higher Education and national policies in general in higher education, but also brings in EU knowledge and expertise to have workshops, to have conferences. We've just recently had a very successful conference on the sustainable and on sustainable campuses. I can send you the links with the recordings and the presentations. It was an amazing conference. And we're planning another conference in May about employability in higher education. So stay tuned, sign up for our newsletter. I'll send you the link at the end of this presentation. And this is another service that we give in the Erasmus Plus National Office. Okay, so open calls and their budget in our region. Okay, press 1 in chat if you're still with me. Yes, thank you. Okay, good. Because I saw some cameras turn off and I've had a very bad experience of talking to myself and it was pretty horrible. So let's like, if there are any questions, like if you're not with me, that's fine. It's good to know that some of you are. So let's continue. Okay, so open calls. So we have capacity building in the field of VET. Okay, I'll get into what capacity building means. It actually is usually a national project, okay? A national project with national stakeholders, at least 2 national stakeholders, and at least one of them is active in the field of VET meaning vocational education and training, okay? And the success rates are 67%. CBHE, capacity building in the field of higher education. We need here at least 2 higher education institutions in Israel, and the success rate 17%. We have CBHE cross-regional funds, right? It's exactly the same as the previous one, but this is a strand that's dedicated for collaboration with other partner countries. Capacity building in the field of youth. Virtual exchanges, we'll get into that. EMJM, which is the joint master's degrees that I described. EMDM, which I'll get into that. It's a call that helps to create a joint master's degrees. And Jean Monnet, we discussed EU-related curricula and research. Okay, so I just want to show you that we have relatively high success rates here in Israel for different calls. And as I said, Erasmus activities are split between Key Action 1 and Key Action 2. Key Action 1, mobility, okay? Visits to and from the EU. Key Action 2 are the projects, okay? Mostly managed centrally by ESA, which is the agency that manages capacity building projects, but not only. Most Key Action projects are managed by ESA. The mobility projects are usually, they're decentralized and they're managed in each EU member state separately, okay? So now I will be getting more into the different calls open here in Israel. So first and foremost, we have capacity building in higher education. I've added a few slides that we'll get to about capacity building in higher education. But what you should know is this is a project-based grant that allows you to develop something completely new and develop a field, a service, a topic, a capacity. And the only thing that you should bear in mind is that it should be a non-research oriented. It's not a grant for research. You can always define Erasmus by what it isn't. It isn't a research program, okay? So anything that's not research qualifies as a capacity building project. And then there's the questions of the each application that Erasmus gets is actually assessed by its relevance, by its impact, by its connection to the Erasmus goals that I previously showed you, okay? And that's how they're actually, by the strength of the collaboration and the relevance of the EU partners, that's how you are assessed, and that's how it is decided if you get the grant or you don't get the grant. There is international credit mobility, ICM, what I mentioned before, mobility, okay? This is a very simple program. It's submitted by the EU partner, okay? So all you need to do is find your partner, create the collaboration, give them the information that they need to create the application, and you're set, okay? It's on a bureaucratic level, not much of the bureaucracy is on your shoulders as an Israeli institution that goes for credit mobility with other universities. What you do need to take into account is that you need that the credits that your students courses that they take in the EU, they don't need to pay for them, and vice versa. Like students that come to Israel for international credit mobility don't need to pay for the credits and the courses that they take while they're visiting your institution. We have virtual exchanges. Virtual exchanges, notice, a minimal requirement is at least 2 countries in our region. That means Southern Mediterranean region that I discussed before, the countries. So virtual exchanges is a very wonderful program, wonderful call that creates dialogue and intercultural dialogue and brings a lot of opportunities like this conference to take place. But they require to find partners on a regional level, which is a challenge here. But as you can see, it's possible. Nothing is impossible. And these are the most exciting and projects with wonderful outcomes. We have the Erasmus Mundus joint master's degrees that I discussed earlier, right? You have a joint degree with several universities, and it's funded by the Erasmus Plus program. Also scholarships for excelling students, also funded by the Erasmus Plus program. So in the management of the joint degree, you're going to get very, very good students that excelling students that get a full ride to do your master's degree, okay? And I can tell you that this is a very, very desired program for many excelling students. So if you can get your name there on the map in a joint master's degree, that can be a game changer on the international capacities and international agreements and standing of your institution. So the Erasmus Mundus design measures is a stepping stone to the Erasmus Mundus joint master's degree, because we want to see that sometimes it's difficult to create this kind of joint degree, this kind of application, which is very, very complex, and then just hit the ground running when you win the grant. So Erasmus has launched a call that's called Erasmus Mundus Design Measures. It gives you 15 months to put together a proposal, to travel, to see each other, to plan, to kind of create all the logistics necessary for the recognition of the joint master's degree, and of course, the requirements on an academic level for the students, and hit the ground running with the Erasmus Mundus joint master's degree once you submit it, okay? Jean Monnet activities I've discussed. An interesting point is EU outgoing mobility, okay? EU outgoing mobility, key action 131 for those of you from Europe. Students from Europe, what does this mean? It's not open to Israel, but outgoing mobility. It means outgoing from the EU. So in Israel, we can host students from the EU as part of key action 131, because 20% of the funding of that action for the inter-European exchanges can go to third countries like Israel. A point that maybe not all of you know, that Israel is in Israel, you can do it from a BA level, okay? It can be a bachelor student. It doesn't have to be a doctorate student, okay? So this is also true for the UK, and I think also Australia. So even if we don't have an ICM, if an institution doesn't have an ICM agreement or grant with another EU country, EU institution, as part of Key Action 131, we can receive outgoing staff and students from this inter-European action, Okay, I hope I was clear. Two more points: cooperation, partnerships, and alliances for innovation. What are these? These are not technically open to Israel, but Israeli partners are very active in these applications. These applications and these calls are inter-European, so they're very similar to capacity building, but they are working on building capacities within the EU and not in Israel or other third countries. And some Israeli partners have very special expertise in specific fields that require capacity building within the EU, and they can be part of a consortium of a cooperation partnership or alliance for innovation, but this access is conditional. They have to have to prove an added value to the project. For those of you from the EU or from other countries that are concerned, wait, what if we don't prove the added value and then our whole project is disqualified? That won't happen because the assessors can accept your project and exclude specific partners. So they can say, we accept your project, but the Israeli partner here is irrelevant. This never happened, by the way, before, because the Israeli partners were always relevant, okay? Because there are a lot of fields in which Israeli organizations are actually excelling and can export knowledge and information, as you all know. So here you have the split of ICM. ICM, we said International Credit Mobility, is the mobility of students and staff, okay? With Israel and Europe by country, okay? So these are the agreements that are ongoing as we speak from 2022 and 2023. So you can see Germany is very high here, and also Poland, Italy, Spain, Romania, Austria, Greece, and it goes gradually down. So this is something to take into account, okay? When you plan your partnerships, for example, if you are, for example, from the Netherlands or from Finland or France, then there is a very good chance that there is budget that is not that you are not reaching the head of the envelope for Israel for ICM grants. That means this is very easy grants to win and access, and the applications are less competitive, okay? Something to take into account. These are youth exchanges, which also occur between Israel and Europe. I don't know if you have youth programs in your institutions, but that's also something that's open here in Israel. Key Action 2 projects. So we have capacity building projects and cooperation partnerships. This slide needs update, but as you can see, there are many projects, even more cooperation partnerships than capacity building projects. I've discussed Erasmus Mundus joint master's degrees, and I refer you to the Neurodata joint master degree that was recently awarded, and we're very proud of, and we're very interested in more collaborations like this. If you're looking for building a joint master degree with Israel, you can contact our office, and we would be happy to connect you with relevant institutions. So as I said, there are generous scholarships to excellent students worldwide that can get to your institutions through the Erasmus Mundus joint master's degrees. They're jointly designed, they're fully integrated, they focus on excellence, but they're open to all disciplines, okay? So you can be excellent in different disciplines and different fields. And the student goes through at least 3 higher education institutions from 3 different countries, okay? And there's a compulsory physical mobility. Yes, it's not virtual mobility. It's not virtual exchange. We're talking about something else. If we go back to CBHE, okay, capacity building in higher education, you can see that region 3 is here and it ticks all the boxes. But if you're from a different region, and I know some of you are, then you should take into account that if you want to have a capacity building project with Israel, then, for example, if you're from region 6, then you can have a collaboration regarding the Green Deal, but not digital transformation, because region 6 isn't here. So these are technicalities, but you should look into it, because we've had, for example, a capacity building project in the field of vet that was submitted with Switzerland, under the assumption that Switzerland is an EU member state, which it is not. and it's not an associated country in Erasmus, and that's why it fell not on thematic basis, but more of a technical basis that you need to clear aside once you get into it, okay? And there are specific regional priorities under each section. So when you go into it and you start working on a capacity building project, I won't read this out loud, and it's so small, it's excruciating, but you should know what are the specific regional priorities within our region and how it coincides with the projects that you're planning, okay? So capacity building in higher education, it works with a lump sum, so you get a lump sum. It's kind of how it sounds. You get a lump of the money at the beginning and at the middle, and sometimes also in the end of the grant period, and you manage it. And you manage it with certain requirements. But for those of you who in the past took part in Erasmus and had excruciating tables of budgets and receipts and limitations, this is very, very different now, okay? Because you're actually, we're more focused on your deliverables, we're more focused on your outcomes and your outputs, and the management of the budget is more flexible within the different work packages and for each beneficiary. So these are the results, break down thematically, okay? So you can understand here in which fields the EU is more interested in investing funds and investing grants, okay? And that gives you some idea as to the breakdown of the different calls and the competitiveness of them, okay? Strand 1, 2, 3, I didn't get into it, but strand 1 is for complete newcomers to Erasmus, okay? And to internationalization. Strand 2 is what most of you, I think, is relevant for you, is collaboration with more experienced partners to building capacities and not just international capacities. Strand 3 is for collaborations with governmental institutions and are oriented to policy change. And the funds are accordingly. Strand 3 is the highest grant and strand 1 is the lowest grant. So I think I'll stop here, despite I have some more information on, for example, vocational education and training, okay? Which is, for those of you who know it as הכשרה מקצועית, טכנולוגית, מכללות. I'm sorry for the English speakers that I just said gibberish to you. But collaborations between higher education and vet institutions is a very, very good recipe for success. And these calls are open and currently less competitive for, we'll see what happened in the last call, but there aren't many applications in capacity building in vet, and there is a lot to work on in Israel in the field of vet. So I do recommend getting into the world of capacity building vet for those of you who are interested in Erasmus. There are also youth programs and exchanges. I really won't be getting into it, but just so you know that there's also capacity building in the field of youth. This is also a regional capacity building. There are youth exchanges, mobility of youth workers, virtual exchanges, and many participation activities that also youth organizations or higher education institutions active in youth can take part in. I refer you to the Erasmus Plus database. I'll send you the link right now for partner search. Please fill in your information so that Israeli partners can contact you and get together to work on new plans. For those of you who are completely new to Erasmus Plus, it's important that you register as an organization and get verified, get validation, do the whole process while you're thinking about applying, so it doesn't happen last minute, because we've had an instance where there was an application, but all these requirements, these bureaucratic requirements, they didn't take care of it in time, and they had to sign their grant, and they didn't have a LEAR yet. A LEAR is a legal representative, a signature authority, and they were disqualified. They didn't get the grant at the end of the day, and it was just a shame, really a shame. And that's it. More information, info sessions that we've had in English and in Hebrew are are available on our website. And of course, there are the general mailboxes for each call that you can directly write to ECHA, the agency that operates Erasmus. And of course, our email. And thank you very much. And now I'm going to stop the presentation, and there's still time, I think, for some more questions. While you're thinking about questions, thank you, Ibrahim. While you're thinking about questions, I'll send you the links that I promised you. So feel free to just dive in and ask a question, and I'll send the email. So it was a very clear presentation, I guess.
It was very, very clear enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Wait, okay, so I'm sending here the link to the newsletter. 1 second. I know you must be tired. It's a long day of presentations. So this is the link to the newsletter. And I don't know if you're bashful, but really you can ask me anything if anything wasn't clear. This is a link to all the eligible higher education institutions in Israel. Look for yourselves there if you're an Israeli institution, and if there are any corrections or people that have changed, we really we update this regularly. So if there's anything that needs to be updated here, please let us know. And I promised you a third thing. I think it was, I don't know if you remember what was this third thing, but I'll send you our last Tam. Was it really? Thank you. Thank you. Another thing that we do, we have info days, we have partner search sessions, and really you should sign up to our newsletter, and then you won't miss out on anything that we do. So now I'm sending you the Sustainable Campus Conference. This is just an example of some of the things we do here in the Erasmus Plus office. But most relevant for you guys is our newsletter and, of course, eligible institution. Oh, I know what I wanted to send you, the partner search database. That was the most important thing for me.
Going to ask you about that. Where can we share our contacts?
Very good. Yes. Thank you. Wait, it's on its way. Yes. So you got as a bonus the Sustainable Campus Conference, but that is a partner search database. Please sign up. Yes, wonderful.
Hey, Nav, can I ask you something?
Yes, of course.
Hi, it's good to see you. How are you?
You as well. Great to see you.
I don't know if I missed it because I stepped away for like 30 seconds. Can you say something about the submission deadlines, submission rounds, how long it takes, something about the timeline, how long it takes to put together a consortium?
That's a very good question. That's a very good question. Every year there are new calls, okay? And they usually come out at around October, November, and then the deadlines are February, March. It depends on the call, but you can already get to work on your application. Nobody starts working on these applications on October, okay? If you start in October, you won't finish on time. You can rely on previous calls because they don't really change year by year. There are very, very subtle changes. You can work on your application, find your partners, build your consortium, work on your project, and then submit it in February or March. So a good time to start also now, but you can, we kind of pick up the pace around April and June, kind of get the juices flowing and start working on partner search collaborations and different info sessions for potential beneficiaries.
Thanks.
You're very welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Einav.
Thank you.
And now we're going to have a virtual lunch break.
Yes, enjoy your lunch break.
And meet at 2:45 for our 2 other parallel sessions. So see you then.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, Gabriela. Hello, welcome, welcome.
Hello.
I made you co-host, guys, so we
Yeah,
can now be
thank
in
you.
charge of this Zoom.
Okay, I think
Hold
we
on,
still
I'll
have
tell
a
you.
couple of minutes.
Yeah, we have 6 minutes. Yes, yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
perfect.
Okay, so we are now hopefully getting back from the break. I'll record myself, right? I will click on record once people are back. I will now, let's wait that we have someone from Sapir College. So if you are back and if you're ready for the session now about LinkedIn, please maybe open your camera, say hello to our new co-hosts. Hello, hello. I'm here just in another Zoom, so I will be back with you with my camera on. After this session, I'm going just to drop a Zoom link in the chat again, just in case anyone wanted to join my session, which is in parallel to this one. I know it's hard to compete with Gabi and Alonso talking about LinkedIn, such an interesting topic. So in the parallel session, Sarah Pitarella, who is the Managing Director of Uni Collaboration, and myself are going to be talking about the virtual exchanges. What is it and what is it not? And how do we envision this going forward? So the link for my virtual exchange session together with Sarah is in the chat in case anyone wanted to join us in another Zoom meeting. And here is the program again in the chat. And I will now allow Gabi and Alonso to begin. So I see Denise, you're back. I will make a few more people here co-hosts, just in case. I see Amit, you're there. Ravid, are you still a co-host? Let me make you a co-host as well, because we want to have enough backup. Okay, so Ravid is going to become a co-host in just a moment. Yes, okay. We have now, I think, everyone ready. I'm going to launch the recording. And yeah, if you can mute yourself if you're not presenting, that would be great. Thank you. And all the co-hosts, if you see any problems in terms of sound, please jump in and feel free to do the housekeeping. Now I'm moving to another Zoom session, and good luck, everyone. Enjoy this one. I'm going to start the recording right now, and then you can begin 1 second. Okay, so this is now going to be recorded. Okay, thank you very much. And you can begin here.
Thank you, Elena. So welcome, everyone. Good morning for us in Latin America. Thank you for being here, but I think the rest of you are in another time zone. So you are already advancing in Monday. So welcome, I'm Gabriela Mendez. I'm the Assistant Director at the COIL office at Florida International University. And here with me is also Alonso. Are you there? Can you introduce yourself?
Hi, everyone. My name is Alonso. I'm the operations manager at FIU COIL.
Thank you, Alonso. So welcome to our session, COIL and LinkedIn, Building Bridges for Global Learning. Before we continue, I would like to share with you that also the language used for this session will be English. We acknowledge and promote linguistic diversity. We recognize the effort implied when communicating in a foreign language, and we would like to encourage all participants to speak from your heart and feel free to include words and expressions for your mother tongue to enrich your ideas. Let us not forget that what we say is more important than how we say it. So we have our session starting with a brief introduction of what is COIL. So we need to understand what is COIL, and then we will like to link this again to LinkedIn. So because we have found that there is a great power in connecting with people. So let me start with this understanding COIL, and maybe some of you are already familiar with this. I see some of our colleagues here. I see Osvaldo from Brazil. I also see Jorge from Honduras. So they already have experience, but some of you might be the first time hearing about COIL. So what is COIL? It's Collaborative Online International Learning, and represented in an image. So we can say that we have a course A, any course. In Mexico, we have the professor and we have a group of students. And then we can have a course B, yes, we can say, for example, Sapir College. And we have this professor with this his group of students. So what happened in COIL is that professors will work together in a joint design of a set of activities facilitated by technology, so students can work in a joint project, bring their ideas and create something new, propose something new to give a solution for a challenge or a problem they are facing in the real world, or just propose something innovative. So what is COIL? In COIL, we have a module inside or implemented in a course that is already designed or is a new course, and we have 2 or more teachers or professors working together with 2 or more group of students from 2 or more institutions, from 2 or more cultures, and speaking 1 or more languages. For example, my first language is Spanish, but I can collaborate in English, or even try to have a mix of them and speaking Spanish, for example. And then, as I said before, COIL is a module with shared goals, shared questions for our students, shared tasks. So faculty is designing this shared task, is co-facilitated by professors, and collaboration is highlighted. So you might have heard about mirror classes, and professors design these mirror classes and they share content, but sometimes there is no interaction between the students. So in COIL, we focus on interaction and collaboration between them. So professors design the activities, and then students work in teams. For example, in the graphic that I showed you before, we can have 2 students from Mexico and 2 students from Sapir College working together in an activity, in a project, or solving a case, or whatever the activity and the professor design. So in COIL, we have 3 main elements. We have an icebreaker, we have the collaborative task, and we end with a reflection. We have the icebreaker because we need students to start building trust between them, so they feel more comfortable when starting collaborating together. And then we have the reflection, not only in the disciplinary learning or the disciplinary student learning outcomes, but also the whole experience as an international experience. How was the interaction with their international peers? What they learn, or what the skills did they develop during the experience? So this is the idea of COIL, and these elements help us to go through this experience. And then, in summary, COIL helps us to bridge borders, and we can have both synchronous and asynchronous work. But for example, if we have a big time differences between different countries, for example, now I'm joining you from Mexico, and most of you are in Israel, so there is a big time difference. So maybe the majority of the activities for our students will be asynchronous, but we can schedule a first meeting where students can see each other, like a kickoff meeting of the experience, but then we can have asynchronous work. And as I mentioned before, we can implement a COIL module in existing courses, or we can create new courses. So you decide. You are the professors. You can decide this. And then COIL helps us to work in this intercultural competence that students might not have the first time that they enter their undergraduate studies, but we can work with this and also still work in the disciplinary learning outcomes. So we combine the disciplinary learning outcomes, but we have students working in these intercultural skills. And a COIL module usually lasts from 4 to 8 weeks, so students can have enough time to build this trust and collaborate together in this joint project, and also have this reflection. And also, COIL could be implemented, or this module could be implemented in any discipline at any level. For example, we have had collaborations between undergraduate students and graduate students. Or I will share some examples with you. Here, I won't share all the examples. I'll try to share the presentations so you can have it. But for example, talking about disciplinary, the same discipline in COIL, we can have, we had a course in biodiversity in the United States, working with 2 groups, one in Mexico and one in Brazil, also focused on biodiversity. We have one group that with undergraduate students, and the other group were graduate students. And the COIL task or the joint project was to design a proposal for field research project. So they worked together to design this proposal for research project. So this is one of the examples with the same discipline, but we also have interdisciplinary projects. For example, we have one in the US about health and aging, and then another group in Lebanon about technology and society. And the COIL task or the COIL project was designing an application, an app to promote senior citizen wellness. Okay, and we also have this example. I recently had this workshop where 2 professors designed this experience. A professor in Chile was teaching pre-hospital and emergency care, and a professor in Colombia was teaching risk management. So they decide to work together and ask the students to send a proposal for a family emergency plan in accordance with national and international guidelines in relation to disaster risk management. So in case of natural disaster, students propose this family emergency plan considering the experience the pre-hospital and emergency care students have, and also the reducing risk. So this is one of the experience that I think shows the how different disciplines can come together and how students can help each other to create something new. So the idea is this. So we have the elephant, and you know this story, right? Like everyone is describing something different about this elephant or this challenge, but when they start sharing what they are experiencing or what they have at hand, then they figure out that that's an elephant. So that's the problem, and then they are collaborating together to find a solution. And quickly, I would like to share some benefits for the students. So I would like to highlight that COIL helps students to build social capital. I will talk about social capital in a minute. And also it enables effective online teamwork. Sometimes our students are not used to work effectively in teamwork, and even in online, it gets complicated for them. And also they work in digital literacies. Again, COIL help them to increase intercultural awareness and communication competencies. So one of the benefits is that it enhances linguistic and translanguage skills, and I think COIL experiences have helped our students to feel more comfortable with communicating in a second language. So this is important because they always feel like a little bit overwhelmed when they need to communicate in a second language. But after an experience like this, they find out that they don't need to speak that language so fluently or have a perfect, for example, have a perfect English, but they can still have a great experience. So COIL also help students to develop global awareness, perspective, and engagement. And let me go back. Also, COIL help students to have interest in travel or study abroad. Some of our students have never talked about traveling or outside their own country or look for study abroad programs. And after a COIL experience, they feel more interested in this. And also, COIL exposes new educational and career paths, so they have a better idea of what they want to do when they graduate. And faculty benefits. So for our professors, COIL sparks their new passion for teaching. They find COIL as a new tool for teaching, as a new motivation for teaching. They start seeing the results and the engagement of the students. So this is good also for professors. And COIL also help professors to enhance their curriculum design and instructional competences. It develops knowledge of comparative and international education. Sometimes as professors, we don't think too much about it, about comparative and international education. We only focus on our discipline, but it helps us to start thinking about this and look for other international practices, for example. And also COIL stimulates research and publication partnerships. So you will see that when you start COILing, you can stop and you can start looking for other things to do besides teaching. So it also helps with this. And COIL have led to different grants, fellowship, and teaching awards. Also teaching awards in not only internationalization, but also in teaching innovation or something related with implementation of technology. So this is also a benefit for professors. And I would like to share some key elements of successful COIL collaboration. And starting with that, COIL should be student-centered. We, as professors, we should think first in the student experience. What do we want for them to learn and to accomplish through this collaboration? And then it's important that between professors there's a shared vision of these goals, what professors want to accomplish, what is the purpose or the main purpose of the collaboration. And there should be effective communication and trust. This is really important. And again, as I mentioned before, with the elements of COILs, we have this icebreaker. So it's important before starting a COIL collaboration that professors get to know each other and they work in this trust and communication, because they will be designing the activities for the students, and it's important for them to understand each other and feel comfortable if there's something they quite don't understand. So they should feel comfortable when talking to each other, and don't feel bad if something is not clear, so they can ask for clarification. So this is like the key communication, and also being available. Like, for example, if I'm working with another professor and I have a question, I send a message or an email, and I know that he or she won't reply immediately, but I will feel okay if at some point I have this answer and it doesn't take too much time for my partner to reply. So effective communication and trust is one of the key elements, and also complementary expertise and resources. So again, if we focus not only in disciplinary but also interdisciplinary disciplines, complementing this experience we both have as partners will help us to have a better experience designing the activities for our students, and also we can share resources that will also enhance the partner's experience. And finally, we can think about more elements of successful collaborations, but I will only share these 5. And one of the main key elements is flexibility and adaptability, and be open to adapt anything in the plan if something happens. If there is an incident and our partner needs to move some dates or needs to move or redesign some activity because something in the institution happened. So flexibility and adaptability is also the key. So that was a quick intro to COIL. I know that it was too fast, but I hope you have a better idea of how COIL works. And you will find a lot of resources also in internet, and I will try to share some useful links just in a minute, so you can have more information about COIL. But then we would like to talk about COIL and the power of LinkedIn. So as you can see, one of the keys for successful collaboration is the relationship or the relation between professors, and this is not something like so easy. We need to find a partner who we can feel comfortable with working, and we need to start looking for these international partners that can share the same value. So LinkedIn is a good tool that can help us with that, but we need to understand its power and how this can help us to find out one of our potential matches. So I would like to start talking about social capital, but we will also talk about LinkedIn as a matchmaking tool, and also how to build an effective LinkedIn profile and how to share effective content in LinkedIn. So I'll start with social capital. Okay, so and here we have a couple of descriptions of what is social capital. So it's a set of shared values and resources that allows individuals to work together in a group to effectively achieve a common purpose. So you might find some similarities with the description of the purpose of COIL. So with COIL, we start building, as I mentioned before, this social capital. So we start sharing these values and resources so we can work together with some other students and some other faculty. So we are trying to find or to reach this common purpose. Social capital is the value derived from a positive connections between people. So we would like to connect with these people, with these individuals that will bring positive things for us, and connecting and having this social capital will help us to have people bringing our ideas to reality. So we might have some ideas, but when we start connecting and we start working in the social capital, then those people start helping us to make these ideas real. So this is why I wanted to share about social capital, mainly because we can see that the similarity or the connection it has with COIL or the COIL purpose. But in order to build this social capital, we need to identify these different elements. So it's not only working in the network and connecting with people and just making our connections bigger, but also we need to identify the people who we feel like we belong, and we can start working in that trust that I mentioned before. As I mentioned also, we need to start identifying those common values or those values that we share and respect. And also talking about social capital, I share that we can have people helping us to have our ideas become real, but also we can help other people doing the same. So for example, the connection that Dr. Elena and I have, also we start working in this reciprocity. So we have help each other to make these ideas or these projects real. And also in social capital, we must focus on participation. We need to be engaged, and also here we have the engagement. We need to participate. We need to be active in these networks. So sometimes when we have these social media tools and these social networks, we just start clicking and connecting with others, but we are not building this social capital as we would like to do. So we need to be active, we need to participate, to engage, to collaborate, and start working in this trust. So I hope this helps to understand a little bit better social capital. And then we can talk about LinkedIn as a matchmaking tool. So we need to connect professors with other professors. So what can we do with this? So we can start searching by keywords. For example, if you go to LinkedIn and start typing virtual exchange, that will help. You will see some people already adding to the description virtual exchange, or also COIL or global learning, or some other words that can be related to virtual exchange and COIL. You will also find some groups. There are some groups already there, so you can connect and start reading the publication, the post, and connecting with the people that you feel more close to, or you feel like the ideas and the values that they are sharing are similar to yours. And I will go to the last point, reach out personally, because maybe you can search by keywords and start connecting with people with the same description in the LinkedIn profile, and you will start joining groups. You will start following organization leading the field, for example, SUNY COIL or FIU COIL or Virtual Exchange Center. But you can also attend events, but it is really important that you reach out personally. So once you connect, then you send a message, and including something more personal, like something like made you connect with them. And one thing that I like to share as an example. We have now these dating apps, and some of the dating apps you can post your profile and your picture and some description, and then people can start connecting with you. But nothing happens if you don't send a message to that person you are interested in. And it is different when you send a message just saying hello. When you send a message saying like, okay, I see that you are interested in reading, and you like dogs, and you also like this type of music. So you are showing that you have read their profile, and then there's something that you can connect with. So don't forget to reach out personally. And I will share my screen in my LinkedIn profile. Just give me a second. So I'm gonna share the screen again. Okay. And please feel free to send comments and questions in the chat, or you can also raise your hand if you have any questions. So, for example, here is my profile, and feel free to add me. I will share my handle in the chat. Let me also share it in the chat. I will be happy to connect with you all. But I wanted to share my screen so you can see that if you start typing virtual exchange, you can see virtual. And here I have Virtual Exchange Training Center, so you can follow the Virtual Exchange Training Center. And also you have the International Virtual Exchange Conference. So it will be, if you are interested in this, also the call for proposal for this year's conference is open. You are all invited to attend. And also, for example, if you click or type COIL, you can find SUNY COIL Center, but also there's the COIL UArctic. So there's another potential connection there. And also, let me see if I can go to my profile. So here we have Virtual Exchange COIL in higher education, but we also have COIL in and with Berlin. We have Uni Collaboration. We have SUNY COIL Global Network Community. So you can go to any of these groups. You can start looking and find the groups that you are interested in, and then connecting with the people that you see are more active on those groups. But again, send a direct message, a message that you can let them know that you read the profile and you would like to connect. So this is one of the examples on how you can connect with others and have LinkedIn as a matchmaking tool on connecting and finding your potential match for your COIL. So let me go back to the presentation. And so we see my LinkedIn profile, and I would like to share how to build an effective LinkedIn profile. So first, you can work on your professional headline. So you saw my name, and there's then a description I will show you in a bit. But here in your professional headline, you can showcase your involvement in COIL, and you can add there, for example, I have I think COIL specialist or something like that, but well, You can add COIL, virtual exchange, advocate for global education, facilitator of COIL collaboration. So you can add that so people can find you easily. And also there's a section, it's called About, and there you can add a summary of your experience. So you have also the section about your learning experience and your working experience, but there is an About section where you can add this summary and provide a brief overview of your experience in COIL collaboration, specifically if you are looking for this, and also for global learning. But again, you can also add another topic if you wish, if you are experiencing something else and you want to find people with related interests, you can use this section. And again, in experience, you can highlight any international teaching experience or virtual exchange programs that you have participated in. But it's not like necessary that you have a long description. You can also add something that is really relevant and that will help you with when people is looking for connection. And then in skills, you can include relevant skills related to COIL. For example, intercultural communication, virtual communication, teamwork, and also global or international curriculum development, if you have. But you can also highlight some other skills. Okay, I see one question, but I would like to finish this part and then I can reply to the question. So let me go back to my profile. Let me go back to here. Okay. So I'm going to my profile, and you can see my headline is Assistant Director at FIU COIL Consultant and Advocate for Virtual Exchange and Global Education. So with this, I'm making sure that if someone is looking for virtual exchange or global education or COIL, if they type those keywords, I will appear in the list of people to connect. And then, I'm sorry, it's in Spanish. I'll try to translate some of the sections. So here is the About section. Yes, and here I have wrote a summary, like I'm Gaby Mendez, an educator with Master in Information Technology Management, with over a decade of experience, and then I focus on facilitating COIL virtual exchange, supporting faculty, and designing professional development programs. So here is a summary or a description that people can read, and I think they will feel more comfortable connecting with me. And then I also would like to share that recently a colleague shared with me this tool, and I'm gonna share it in the chat with you. It's a tool, an artificial intelligence tool that could help you to improve your profile. So for example, I'm placing my handle here, yeah, and then when I click, it starts analyzing my profile, and then it will give me some recommendations. So maybe I can, okay, maybe I can improve my headline. Yes, it's suggesting including online education specialists. Then it gives me also recommendation of engaging summary. So here's an example, and then you can work on improving it if you don't feel comfortable with that. And we can use these tools, but what is important is that we feel comfortable what we are sharing, and what we are sharing shows who we are, and not only sharing our academic profile, but also trying to expose a little bit of our personality and our something that help us to connect deeper with others. So sometimes the best connections are not the ones that start with the same professional background, but the most successful connections are the ones that are more personal and are that we feel more connected with. I don't know if I'm explaining this. It's too early for me here, and I'm trying to get my brain functioning in a good way here. So I hope this works for you. Then in this tool, there are also other recommendations about your experience, or maybe about how to work on your professional picture. And I think this will be interesting for you. And then let me go back to the presentation. I also talk about effective content sharing. So try to share your post, but also including some personal stories or some personal touches up. Again, people connect with who you are, not only with what you do. And try to highlight collaboration, offer also valuable insights, and this is related to engage with other content. So if you are reading a post and you like it, okay, you can send an emoji or a reaction that you like that post, or you are cheering or something. But it works best when you also comment on those posts, offering these insights, or I have read your post, or I think this thing that you are sharing is really important because I'm also working on this, or I think this, or I don't relate to this, but I can also share this other perspective. So this is important. And then this will help you to connect with others that feel also the same as you are sharing. And also you can start meaningful conversation. I remember one post that I made a couple of months ago about the role of coordinators, and I left a question there in that post, and I had like a good response, and more coordinators start joining my network. So you can start meaningful conversations there. And for content sharing, sometimes we don't have a good idea of what to share or how to share it. So you can have your idea and then rely on tools like, maybe you are already familiar with ChatGPT. So you can go to ChatGPT and ask, like, write a LinkedIn post related to this topic, and I would like to share these certain key elements. And then you will have this idea provided by ChatGPT, but you can again edit it and try to build it in a way that it shows that it's you, not only the technology, but it has the human touch, and it's something that also comes from your head, but also from your heart. So I hope this is helpful. Let me go back to the conversation, to the presentation. I'm sorry. So I think we will have enough time for comments and questions. And I have shared the introduction to COIL and how can we use LinkedIn to connect and start looking for our international peers, and how we can use LinkedIn for personal or professional purposes, but also here is Alonso. Alonso is our operations manager at the office, and he has been using LinkedIn to help our program grow. So, Alonso, are you there? Yeah, I see you.
Yeah. So thank you for that perfect segue. So if you can go to the next slide. So back in June of last year, 2023, LinkedIn's algorithm kind of changed to prioritize two things. One is content that shares knowledge and insights. And the second is that you're much more likely to see content from your immediate network.
I do my backlinks.
And then next slide.
There.
So with this in mind, there's a few things that we can do to highlight the great COIL projects that you and your faculty develop. One is to highlight the projects themselves, to reach out to professors and students to share images, videos of their COIL project, testimonials from the participants on their experience, relevant quotes. A lot of faculty also go on to do research that is born from the COIL projects. So it's always a great idea to share links to that research. And if you're an administrator at an office, to regularly share signups for your newsletter, if you have one, or your contact list, so that when you have COIL offers, to have a dedicated list of people to send that out to. And the next slide. And then these are some recent examples of content that we shared. On the left is a research article on how COIL helps students to develop the business skills needed for today's global workforce. Something that we found has been really helpful is to condense research articles into something that is more digestible, and to really focus in on, for example, like the actionable insights that research article delivers. Just because it's LinkedIn and people have a very short attention span, so just to help with that. And on the right is a post where we highlight a COIL project from a faculty at FIU and one in South Africa. Again, we condensed, this project that lasted an entire term into a few slides to focus on a little bit about the faculty and the students involved, as well as the project itself, to really give the people in LinkedIn an idea of what was going on. And next slide. So with COIL, obviously it's collaborative, so it's always a good idea to collaborate with others within your university. We have collaborated with, for example, the Study Abroad Office and the ISSS, or International Student Scholar Services, to create content that we can post on each other's platform. For example, blended COIL programs are becoming a common thing, where for a few weeks, students meet online in their COIL course, and then they go in person to meet their counterparts in the country. So creating content around that. Human resources within universities are often tight. So something that we do at FIU is we collaborate with BOLD. BOLD is FIU's in-house student marketing group. And it's a bunch of FIU students who are studying advertising and PR, and they help us with our content. So they're gaining real hands-on experience. So if any of you have similar groups at your university, it might be a good idea to reach out to them to maybe start a collaborative working relationship. In addition, I think it would be a good idea to formalize the sharing process between faculty and students and the COIL administrators. I know that sometimes we are shocked when we realize that faculty have been studying for a long time without us even knowing. So having a sort of process to know who is COILing, and then that way they can also share images, testimonials, things that came up from their COIL projects for us to disseminate on LinkedIn and other social media channels. And lastly, like Gabby mentioned, human resources are, tied at university. So using AI tools to help with the copy of social media posts is really helpful. And yeah, that's my portion.
Thank you, Alonso. And we will be sharing with you in the chat our profiles. I already shared mine, but Alonso, maybe you can share yours and Nefayus, but here I'm sharing the screen in case you would like to take a screenshot and then connecting with us. But we also wanted to leave some time for questions or comments. I know that an hour sometimes is not enough to share all that we would like to share, but also I have here a question. So what is the role of online education and virtual exchange or virtual mobility in the internationalization of education? So let's remember that internationalization of the education is not only having students joining these study abroad programs, but also start working in enhancing or developing these skills of intercultural awareness, and also making them feel more comfortable when collaborating with others, and also start helping them to be or work in this open-mindedness. So this is the role of online education, but specifically of virtual exchange or virtual mobility, because this is a way when that we can help them as professors to start exposing them to these different perspectives and different ways to see a challenge or to see a solution for this challenge. So I think that this is the role of international or virtual exchange education. So I see some of our colleagues here with some experience. So maybe you also have a comment on this. For example, I see Jorge. Jorge, would you like to add to this part of the role of virtual exchange in internationalization? So I know I called you out of word. Yeah, but
good morning.
It will be great. Happy to see you here.
Yes, I'm very happy to be participating in this international exchange. For our university, it has been a great opportunity to give our teachers and students the possibility to share experiences with people from different countries in Latin America and the United States. And we would like to open new opportunities in Israel, in Europe, because yeah, as you said, the difference in hours is sometimes a little bit complicated, but if we look for the possibilities and times, we can do something. For example, this morning I had to wake up at 4 a.m. in the morning because it started at 4 a.m. in Honduras, this event, but it's a great opportunity, especially if you live in countries like ours, where poverty is a problem. Okay, so many students and teachers do not have the possibility to travel, but virtual exchanges give them this possibility to have more experience of international knowledge, international cultural, know more about cultures of different countries. So I am very happy to be participating in COIL programs. I have to tell you that Gabriela has trained us in Honduras, and they have visited us in Honduras. So we have received training from them. So very happy to be participating in COIL and to give teachers the possibility to have these intercultural relationships. Thank you, Gabriela.
Thank you, Jorge. And yeah, I think that summarizes the idea of the role of these virtual exchanges or virtual mobility in the internationalization. It's not only the exchange of languages or just traveling, but being open to different experiences, to different knowledge, to different resources. So this is the one of the roles of virtual mobility and virtual exchange. So I don't know if anyone else would like to share. I think we still have 5 minutes, and this is a good opportunity to start connecting. I see some of you already started sharing your LinkedIn profile. I have received some requests. I will check those later, and I will send you a personal message. But I would like to hear from you, or what do you think about COIL, if you already have some experience, or if you will be interested in starting with this. Any questions, any comments you have? Go ahead, the floor is yours. I see Celine. Hi, Celine.
Hi.
Go ahead. Happy
Yeah.
to see you.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be there. Yes, I started COIL just before pandemic, and I moved to another university and tried to involve them as well. It's a very good way to involve people and to be inclusive. Yeah. I just started a COIL project with Coventry University in UK, and surprisingly, it's only Chinese students. Which makes things surprising for my French student, because I come from France, but it's also a good way to see how it's not so easy to connect with people from other culture, and it was very challenging for them because they thought it was UK students whose culture wouldn't be so far. But it's really a good way to be connected between students, and for me to be connected with another professor in finance like me. So yeah, I'm really fond of that. And I'm looking always for partners in law, economics, business, and political science for my university.
Thank you, Celine. You can share your contact in the chat.
Yeah.
And what about your experience finding an international partner? Have you thought about using LinkedIn, or how was your process?
Could be very different. Some newsletters, especially like those from Coventry, some website, LinkedIn for advertising, such as the conference of today. It's a good way to meet people and to make new connection. It's you know, I try to have different kind of information. And
thank you for sharing.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. As you can see, you can connect with others, like profile to profile, but also LinkedIn will help you to have access to this type of events. For example, I'm located in Mexico, but since I'm working also with Florida International University, so my network is a little bit bigger. And also I have connections with people in Central America, South America. And when I share my participation in this event, I start receiving requests and reactions to that post from people I have never thought about connecting with. So this also helps you to have access to this type of events, and keep learning also, because we don't know everything, and some resources we don't have it at hand, and we haven't thought about learning about, and then we start seeing in this post some as Alonso shared some research articles, and yeah, this opens our world to new things. So I see some activity in the chat. Okay, thank you for sharing, and I will be happy to connect. I don't know if anyone else would like to share a question or comment. If not, I think this is the end of our presentation. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here, especially to my colleagues in Latin America. I know it is really early, but thank you for making this effort, and thank you the rest of you for staying. I know it might be the end of your day, and I hope you are having a wonderful Monday, and you have a wonderful week also. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriela. It was a pleasure.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
As always, bye.
Great session.
Thank you. I hope we shall really meet.
Yeah, sure. Start by
in
connecting,
person.
and then start by connecting, and then we hope we meet one day.
That would be great.
Okay. And perfect. I think there's another event after this, like something like a fair. I will stay for that, but I need to check if we are using the same link or not. I'm not sure. Let me check. See you, Navid. You're welcome.
Gabriela, did you stop the recording here? Or was it stopped by panic? No?
Yeah, stop it. I stopped
okay,
it.
hold on. I can't hear you. It was muted. Let me see. Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I stopped the recording.
Oh, okay. I hope it goes into the right place, right? When you stop it.
Yeah, it
Okay,
will go
perfect.
to
I'm going to
your
connect from
phone.
another computer right now, so I'll see you in a moment with my camera on, okay? Or do
Okay,
you
are
need to
we
leave
using
now?
No. Are we using the same link for the fair?
Yeah. Now
Okay.
we're all going back to the same link where you are at right now. So I see you
Okay.
there in 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
For us in Israel, we have started 4 hours ago. So it's been 4 intensive hours of a lot of information and interesting sessions. And some people probably got tired, and you know, those little coffee breaks and lunch breaks are just not enough, perhaps to refresh. And we hope that more people will join. We started with almost 140 participants in the morning, and we had in the parallel sessions, even we had more than 80 participants in some of the rooms, and sometimes 50 and sometimes 20, which are great, amazing numbers, especially that thinking that many of you guys here are international audience, and we hope that the Israeli lecturers and colleagues from different institutions that we invited are going to reconnect now, so we can have this fruitful discussion. We are about to begin our last hour for today. So I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. I think we will begin, right? Let's see that everyone's back. I am recording this, and we started with a lot of cameras on the people's faces. People were excited and fresh. Now it's getting harder and harder to be in front of the camera, which is totally understandable. But let's make it fun. Let's connect. Let's talk to each other. Let's make some conclusions, ask difficult questions, or just get to know each other a little bit. And hopefully this can lead to some interesting, meaningful future initiatives. This is our vision and hope and motivation for this day. Hello, hello, all my wonderful colleagues. I will soon introduce Dr. Amit Maranskar, who will facilitate this final hour. So I see that people are now coming back from their break. So let's give it another minute, I guess. We have already 43. Wonderful. Okay. We see 43 people on Zoom divided by, pairs of, you just need 2 people who match. It could be 22 in international projects. Hopefully for a lot of impact here. And we do have a lot of representatives from many different countries. From your names, I can remember that. Please use the chat. This is our opportunity also just to see who's stayed, who's remained, who's survived the 5-hour-long online study day, which is not an easy task, but we hope
It would be very helpful if people would write in front of their names their country, so we know who's here and for the collaboration or in the chat or whatever.
Do it in the chat. Do it in the chat. We have at least, I think we have at least 1/3 or maybe half of the audience from Israel, but we have people from the States and we have Germany and France here, I see. So just write to us in the chat where you're from, and we are going to begin. Also from Israeli institutions, this is also the time.
Dan, I'm going to send you an email and I want you to look at it, okay?
Yeah. Stan.
That was a personal message. I apologize.
Okay. Portugal, we still have Portugal here with us. Okay. I do want to collaborate with Portugal. Never been to Portugal. I am all about virtual exchanges, but I need physical mobilities as well. So Portugal, reach out to Virtual Exchange Center.
But I'm only an ESL teacher for the Portuguese Minister of Education. So I was in a conference in Leon. I don't know if anyone here was there. And there are a lot of universities here who are part of unique collaboration. So maybe you will find great universities, especially the one in Aveiro. That one I know has a lot of international projects. So please do come over. It's a very nice country. And we are very looking forward to having you all here. Thank you.
And we'll definitely find new partners if you're interested in EFL. English learners from Israel to connect with Portugal. This would be amazing for, serving all the sectors, not only higher education. So
absolutely. And these with the one that I took part of, it was for in-service teachers like me and student teachers. So that was one of the most enriching experiences for students and for me, because I've been around this job for 25 years. So it was refreshing to go back, but at the same time, it was a little bit worrisome because well, not you, but universities are still doing a lot of things that we were doing 25 years ago. And that is scary because the world is not the same and the technology is way more advanced. I mean, I learned how to make slides for portable projectors from film. Not sure I'm still using that. Absolutely not, just kidding. But the planning of the classes and everything is kind of still in the past. And I work at the 50 Shades of Chocolate School. That's how it was baptized in Spain. But the reality is the students were not ready. The student teachers were not ready for my kind of classes or my kind of pupils, students. Because we do have 10 to 15 different nationalities in each class with proficiency levels from A1 to B2. So it's really hard when they are confronted with harsh reality, the real world. That's how it is nowadays. And it was very hard for them to adapt, especially from the theory they had into the practical classes, into the real world. It was not matching. So this is something I've been fighting for for people to think about their curriculum or their curricula in this case, because it's not quite adapted to nowadays. It's still very traditional. Maybe we need to step up the game and do a little bit more.
Yeah, we would love to, on behalf of several teacher training colleges and universities in Israel, our teacher training programs are really advanced in terms of dealing with technology, and we can talk about it later. And I think this is a good example and a good idea for us to start developing into some kind of collaboration effort. In a moment, I would like to introduce Amit right now, because she's the one who is facilitating this final networking session. Dr. Amit Maransgar is a former head of the international office at Sapir Academic College, and she's also an English language lecturer like myself and Anna. Now we know each other a little bit better. She's also a techno-pedagogic advisor, and she will facilitate this final hour of us interacting with each other. And we already have almost 50 people back. Excellent. So Amit, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon and welcome to the final session of our online study day. Thanks for joining, and I look forward for a productive session ahead. This is the real networking session. So this hour will be dedicated to networking. I will start by giving a really brief and actually oversimplified overview of Israeli higher education and also Sapir College. And following my presentation, Elena will facilitate interactive networking activities on the Virtual Exchange Center website, and also in breakout rooms if people would like to get together. So don't miss the chance to connect. Before I move on, it's important for me to say that internationalization is ultimately about connecting people, not just institutions. And in the face of the tragic events of October 7th, in which Sapir has lost 30 members of its community, the outpouring support from our international partners has been nothing short of extraordinary. And these relationships have taken on a profound significance, and we cherish them deeply. And this day has a very special meaning for us in that respect. And because this session is about connecting with partners, I think it's crucial to recognize that there's really no one-size-fits-all approach when it comes to internationalization. I think that every initiative must be tailored to the specific local context and needs of the participating parties. Having, facilitated several virtual exchanges and international projects, I genuinely believe, and I think this is my ultimate conclusion always, when engaging with internationalization, that the personalized approach is where the true learning happens, because every partner brings their unique and contextualized perspective to the table. And by emphasizing, the importance of understanding and valuing these diverse viewpoints is where we actually maximize the potential for meaningful collaboration and mutual growth. So this is like my inspirational message before the networking session. Now let me try and let me succeed in sharing the presentation. Hang on. Can you see it?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, thank you.
So connecting with Israeli institutions, there's a wealth of institutions and academic activity in Israel, a thriving community of experts, and a very research-intensive country. So take the opportunity to connect with us. And what does the landscape of Israeli higher education look like today in 2024? Let me just minimize, sorry. Okay, sorry. So we have 58 academic institutions, and they are divided as following. We have, I think it's 10 universities, 22 public colleges off the top of my heart, and Sapir College is one of the public colleges. We have some private colleges and quite a few teacher training colleges. So this is the Israeli higher education landscape. And when it comes to student enrollment, this year we have seen 332,000 students enrolled in all 3 cycles, mostly, of course, undergraduate students, and the rest are MA and PhD students. Some points of focus, by the way, these statistics are taken directly from the Council for Higher Education website. And these are the focal points that the Council is emphasizing for the last, well, at least, the past decade. Of course, the status of women in higher education, I think today it stands on 60%. Digital pedagogy, which of course is a global issue. We're also very much into developing meaningful and significant digital pedagogy. It kicked off, like for everyone else, with COVID, but we started even before that. And a big theme is making higher education more accessible to all sectors of society, with an emphasis on Arab society, the ultra-Orthodox society, the Israel's periphery, and also students of Ethiopian descent, immigrants from Ethiopia. When it comes to internationalization, by now you realize that it's very much supported on a national level. Israel ranks among the top countries in the proportion of individuals with middle and higher education. There's extensive infrastructure for international research and collaborations, not just research, also teaching. And currently there are 12,000 international students in Israel. Most of them are not undergrads, most of them are doctoral and postdoctoral students, but that's the going number. And of course, you've seen, I don't know if some of you participated in Einav's session, and she was representing the Erasmus Plus International Office, Israeli office, which works together with the Council for Higher Education. When it comes to Sapir, these are a couple of pictures from our Entrepreneurship and Innovation Lab. We call it the X-Lab. And it's a beautiful interdisciplinary space that was launched a few years ago. Sapir's mission is really to provide high quality, equitable, and accessible higher education in Israel's southern periphery. And this is not just a slogan for us. Actually, everything we do at Sapir is measured against the question, how will the community benefit from what we do, the surrounding community? So we consider ourselves a financial hub, an educational hub, a social hub, a cultural hub. We've seen over the years the extended impact that we've had on the region, and we take a lot of pride in that. That is what we get up for in the morning, actually. Sapir, as I said, it's, well, I didn't say that, I think Omri said that it's located in the Western Negev region, and it's deeply embedded in the surrounding community, being the largest employer in the region, so it's very significant. And these are some pictures from our beautiful campus. We have a lovely campus, and we're gradually returning physically to campus. We're still mostly teaching on Zoom, but hopefully we'll be getting back to campus these coming months. We have over 7,500 students enrolled at Sapir, and it's one of the biggest public colleges in Israel. So this is the scale in Israel, about 8,000 students. This comprises one of the biggest public colleges. This is the scale. The population of Israel, by the way, is almost 10 million. We have 14 academic departments at Sapir, and we have a very diverse student body. When it comes to internationalization, we've developed around 15, well, actually more than 15 virtual exchanges across many academic disciplines. And we have a lot of experience in that space. Actually, every professor who takes up a virtual exchange course becomes an expert in that field. So we've fostered this in-house community of experts over the years, and it was incredible to see it because we started really small. And this is my tip for everyone else. You know, if it feels too overwhelming, just start small. Take a baby step, and then things will grow from that place. So we started with virtual exchanges before COVID. We participated in one of the Erasmus capacity building projects, and we developed a few digital courses. And then when COVID hit, we leveraged the situation, and we turned to all our partners and offered them to develop virtual exchanges / COILs / whatever you want to call it. And with some of them, we started really small, and these partnerships grew beautifully. And I think that around every virtual exchange, something extra happened and is still happening, actually. So from one course, it became a partnership that spans across the department, and then there was also physical mobility, which was included, and it became something far more extensive than the original virtual exchange. But it started with that. It just started, you know, with 2 professors. And I think that's the beauty of it. We've also participated in 14 Erasmus Plus capacity building project, which is quite a large number for an institution in Israel of this size. And we're also active when it comes to student mobility, but less active than virtual exchanges and the capacity building projects. It's an area where we aspire to grow and expand. Our undergraduate departments, as I said before, we have 14 academic departments and 1 innovation lab. So you can have a look. I'm not going to read them out, but you can see that it spans. It's a general college, so it spans from a film school all the way to law school and school of social work. We have a variety of academic disciplines at Sapir. And for the MA programs, these are currently the MA programs running at Sapir College. And this also, you know, every couple of years we have another MA department launched, and the programs keep expanding, and we hope they will keep expanding with our international partners as well. So this is the end of my very, very brief overview. And I think, Elena, it's time to connect for real, not listen to presentations.
Exactly. So I'm not gonna share my screen, and maybe I will just for 1 second, but first of all, take a look in the chat. I have a very small task for you now. For the framework of networking, you will now be put in breakout rooms, and I want you guys to meet each other, see, exchange if you're from the same country or not, or whatever happens. Like, we believe in the magic of serendipity and you know, this random successful connections happening. So this is your chance. In the breakout rooms, I want you to come up with 3 things. Well, you can come up with just 1 if 3 is too much, but 3 is ideal. I want you to think together of any insights or ideas or any kind of takeaways that you've had from this day, from the presentations that you have followed. You can maybe skip this part if you don't have any, which I don't think I have, like tons. I can put myself like 50 different insights and takeaways, but I want to hear from you. The second task is to think of challenges. This is something we discussed probably less. We wanted to focus on the positive side, but I'm sure many of you have a list of challenges on top of your head and things how, and you know, maybe just think about one that you want to share with the rest of us. And the last one is questions. I don't know if all of your questions have been addressed. If you have any questions left, this is also the time to think about questions. So take it as wide or as narrow as you wish. First of all, get to know each other. You're going now into breakout rooms for them just 10 minutes. We will begin with just 10 minutes in breakout rooms. Get to know each other, think about an insight, an idea, or a takeaway. Think about a challenge that you are facing or thinking about in terms of either virtual exchanges or COIL in particular, networking in general, or maybe internationalization as a whole concept. If you represent some kind of administrative agenda, also like there are things that you can definitely brainstorm and discuss. And the last one would be a question. So I'm sending this again to you. Now, where are you going to post these ideas and questions and takeaways? You're going to post this on a Virtual Exchange website, which has launched its Virtual Exchange Hub. And we have a place now where our, not necessarily members, you don't have to sign up, you don't have to even leave your real name, right? At this point, you can put a breakout room number 1, and the title actually can be the answer to the 3 questions that I presented, right? Either a takeaway or an idea or a challenge or a question. So the 3 mandatory fields are the name, the actual idea or challenge or question that you have, and the category. And it could belong either to just internationalization in general, maybe collaboration research, sort of research collaboration, or maybe it's virtual exchange and COIL, or maybe you will just connect 2 English teachers and discuss the English challenges in the English field, English as a foreign language. Maybe you want to discuss EMI challenges. It doesn't matter. So you choose the category, post your challenge, and the names could be your real names, but you can also just share a breakout room number. That's fine for this particular purposes. So I'm sharing the link to this website. It's called Virtual Exchange Center Ideas and Resources. Ideally, the idea here is to actually share ideas and resources, right? If you have a great link, if you have a great article about one of the topics here, please share. We want to actually create a rich database of resources that can support virtual exchanges, internationalization, teaching EMI courses, EPIC courses, and whatnot. We're not touching AI today, but it's also one of our field of expertise, AI in education. So let's begin. 10 minutes in breakout rooms, get to know each other, come up with a challenge, a question, or a takeaway, and type them here, because once you type and hit submit, your response will show up here. So it's like Padlet, but it's a little bit more professional, and it's around virtual exchange and internationalization framework. So we are inviting you to post your responses here. The questions are, again, look in the chat, insights, challenges, and questions. Not necessarily in this order, not necessarily all of this, just one is fine. But we want to have something from each of the breakout rooms. And it means that those who are behind the camera, let me just make you a few rooms here. And also they will be probably on a smaller side, so that you can actually talk and introduce yourselves and maybe see if you have anything in common, if you want to open a course or something. After we come back, we will have a discussion, and then I will show you another place where you can list a course for collaboration. So you can also announce a course or share the course that you're teaching and you're looking partner for. So let's begin. I'm going to open the rooms right now. We have 10 minutes for this.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, Helen, do you hear me?
Yes. I'm going to send you to one of the rooms, right?
Yeah, thank you, because I had a bad connection, and yeah, I was just jumping.
Just making sure that all of the rooms are actively involved. I'm going to send you to one of the breakout rooms. We are having a short discussion. Any more? I can send you to one of the rooms if you want. If we send you, Limor, are you available?
Hi, Elena.
Yeah, I'm sending you to room number 2. We have
Okay.
great guests there. Do you want to stay in the main room or go somewhere? Okay, 30 seconds left. Everyone will be back in 30 seconds. I will resume the recording. Okay, sorry for interrupting you in the middle of a sentence. Sorry. Okay. That's what usually happens. Sorry. Yeah, 10 minutes are up. Imagine we have like 20 minutes before the end. But I know it was too fast. And the task was to think of an insight, an idea, a challenge, or a question. I don't see anything posted, so probably you didn't even get to that part yet. Did you have anything that came up out of the discussion that you want to bring to the full audience? That would be interesting to hear.
Well, Elena, in our group, I mean, we had about 6 people or just a few more, but we barely got through like introducing ourselves and talking about our background. So
yeah.
We did not get to the task. Apologies.
That's fine. But do you want to go back and continue talking to each other? Yeah, we have Gabriela raise her hand. Yeah.
For some minutes, please.
Yeah.
We didn't
Just
finish.
quickly.
We didn't finish.
Just quickly, I was in Roberto's breakout room, and I was sharing that I didn't attend the whole day, but I was listening to one of our colleagues, and I really liked the way she expressed it, that virtual exchange helps with the student motivation and also help with isolation, like not being isolated, and how this helps to expose our students to other experiences and knowledge. So that's one of the highlights.
I don't want to lose you. If I put you back to the breakout rooms, I will not see you. And let's stay together because we really stayed like a small, cozy group of people. And maybe we can continue talking about the insights and challenges and ideas just together in this circle, because we are really not a large group of 130 something the way we started. I know that some of you wanted already to exchange email addresses. Feel free to use the chat. I will also show you where you can leave your information about yourselves, about your institutions on our Virtual Exchange Center website, where we want to continue encouraging you to actually build collaborations, build joint international courses, or just find a way to connect. Yes, Monica, please feel free to raise your hand and just comment or ask anything. Let's have this conversation going. Monica, you need to unmute yourself, please.
Thank you. In the very brief time that we had, and there was only 3 of us, we were very curious about each other's institutions and circumstances and courses, but we did come up, talk about some challenges, basically the time differences, in the day, but also in the semesters, that they don't overlap. So planning these courses is technically hard sometimes. But we also spoke about the benefit that students get from intercultural issues and communication that they learn from such collaborations.
Thank you, Monica.
Monica, can I say something?
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
Hi, Monica. How are you? It's good to see you. Administrative challenges are a very big barrier to virtual exchanges. My colleagues here at Sapir will nod in agreement. And we found, different, various creative solutions for that. We either had a crash course in the summer, or we didn't sync the entire course. So the Europeans started before us, and then we joined, and then we continued after them. So there was like 70% of synchronized sessions. I have to say, there is no, cookie cutter model, and every virtual exchange looks completely different on the administrative level. Like it's a hurdle, but once you get over it, then the highway is open.
It forces you to be creative. So it's yeah.
Yeah, my creative solution for that, I want to actually have a virtual exchange in my next semester. So I needed to reserve my husband's parents to take care of my kids in one of the evenings, because I do want to connect with the United States, Brazil, and that part of the world where I have found some interesting new connections. And it means that I need to take one day off being a mother to a little one, and really invest in this, which also is a one part of the job, I guess. It's part of the challenge, right? When you have to adjust the time difference. Yeah, any other comments, questions, suggestions? Let's read Anne's comment, or anyone.
Elena?
Yes, Denise.
Yes, we didn't have a lot of time, but we did start talking about how we don't have to connect with somebody who teaches exactly the same disciplines as we do. We can find collaborations between different disciplines and put the students together in modules, which we plug into our different courses, where they just have a project together or a few units together that bridge those where the universal interests for various disciplines. So if anybody is interested in a collaboration, it doesn't have to be with somebody from the same discipline.
Exactly. I cannot agree more, because even thinking of an English class collaborating with another English class, there are so many differences in how we structure a curriculum, and the levels of students don't match usually. But yeah, I do agree that collaborating on an interdisciplinary level, and there are so many different fields where we can find this niche. So I just want to give another example, Impact, the project that we are part of here, some of us, that actually promotes the development of soft skills. And our virtual exchange initiative actually brings students from completely different fields, starting from engineering, teacher training, and education, social work, whatnot. So like soft skills is something that everyone needs, and also digital literacy. Part of the initiatives could be learning how to leverage and understand the new AI tools that now emerge with immense speed, and overtake the life of students and even some faculty members. So we are trying to navigate that world as well in some of the virtual exchange initiatives. So I just had my first online student conference last week, where the virtual exchange students presented their personal use cases of how they use AI tools for their academic studies. And they come from different disciplines. They come from, some of them are computer science students, some of them were like in electrical engineering, and very, very different fields. And definitely it doesn't have to be the same discipline. I agree. Are there any
Dr. Elena?
Yes.
I was in the same group with Denise. And she was sharing something about different disciplines, and you were talking about that. Actually, I'm participating in a project with 2 universities from the United States and 1 from Brazil. And we are going to start this week talking about the ODS and the impact that they have in different countries around the world, and what are people doing in these countries. And it's very interesting, because students from different fields but different fields from different careers are going to participate. So we have more than 100 participants until now, and we're going to have synchronous and asynchronous meetings during 4 weeks. And I think it's going to be very interesting. We have some guests from Asia also.
Mhm.
And I think it's this kind of collaborations are enriching and really interesting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Wow, that's really exciting. Good luck in this virtual exchange. I'm sure it's going to be a big success. I would like to also address a question by Anne Gladys from Tel Aviv University. She wrote in the chat. Anne, do you want to speak up? Are you still here? Your question is really relevant, I guess. If you can, open this discussion, we can.
Yeah, it was just in a group with the colleagues from colleges in Israel. That we said, especially when we are I'm in a language department. So when we are with language departments, then the question was a bit how to identify other disciplines or, partners, how to reach out to them and how to find indeed people for them it's meaningful to join in those projects and how to promote. So once we have an idea how to promote it and, this is still something that's kind of not so clear yet. So that this we identified as a challenge. So it's not really a question. It's yeah.
Yeah, but it's really a relevant one. Like once you're not sure how can it fit, right? And when, and sometimes we're stressed with time. We want to deliver our content and we don't see, because running a virtual exchange actually takes time and effort, and it means that you will subtract something from your existing syllabus if you want to implement it in your current curriculum. It is a challenge sometimes, not a small one. And so what is the way where we can actually connect to the partners that are meaningful partnership, right, in the right way, and how to make this target audience correct. So it's a very interesting question, and it's sometimes a matter of luck, and sometimes you make mistakes and you don't get to work with the meaningful partner, but I don't think we need to give up.
Elena?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to comment on that, and because I've been helping professors to find their match, but again, I shared the example of the dating apps and how to you need to keep exploring and not design on the first try. So first you need time. You need time, explore some profiles, then reach out and share something interest that it will be helpful for you, but also for the students. And then make time to have a brief meeting with that potential partner and discuss not only the professional background that you have, but also try to share something personal. So something that can help you to connect with the other person, and you can start building that trust, because a virtual exchange or a COIL experience demands time and effort, and there are some challenges. So you need to have a good partner, but a good partner in crime. So who's also able to make changes if you need to make changes. So you need to have that flexibility and that adaptability. So we are looking for long-lasting relations when we are doing this. So first, take your time, explore some potential partners. Don't be afraid of
not thank you. This is not the right time for me. I like this part. We can connect on this part, but it's not for our virtual exchange. Virtual exchange is not for everyone again. And we need to feel comfortable with our partner and be open to share our fears, but also our successes, and share our successes. So I hope this helps. It's something more personal, not only professional. And if you are having this feeling that things are not going in the right direction when you are planning, please stop. take a moment, and if it's not working when you are planning, don't move into the implementation, because you are risking your students' experience. So it's better to say no than facing a lot of challenges. I hope this helps, but taking your time at the beginning to build this relation with your partner, it's really helpful.
Yeah, Gabriela, I couldn't agree more. It's even an intimate relationship between two, it's almost intimate between two professors who are embarking on a very serious journey to develop a course together and to teach a course together. And you're absolutely right. I've had some bad experiences with virtual exchanges, and we also have to talk about the bad experiences, because we can learn from these cases, and the problems were exactly what Gabriela was just describing. You know, the workload was not balanced. Somebody was doing all the work and the other partner was just, you know, not really engaged all the way, and that it just doesn't work. You know, the two parties have to understand that they're 50-50 in this project together, and they have to like each other. I mean, it's a people's project. You have to feel connected to that person on a personal level. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think this all actually brings a lot of meaning to what we do. It's beyond just connecting to our students. This is exactly what Gabriela and Amit mentioned. Successful virtual exchanges actually mean expanding your network of actually very meaningful connections to other colleagues, not just, you know, on a professional level, we know each other, but we become really intimately like close in terms of our values and supporting each other, and it's really building new friendships. And I think I've used this word already several times in emails inviting you to join, because I do believe that successful virtual exchanges lead to new friendships, real true connections. So this is a way that can lead. We hope that can happen to some of you or all of you very, very soon. And we only have just a few minutes left. If anyone wants to raise their virtual hand to add anything, comment, a question, or anything, because if not, I will jump into the final part of showing you where to leave your contact details. Yes, Anna, please.
I'm sorry, I would just love to hear what Dr. Juan Bosco was saying when we got interrupted. It would be really nice if he could just finish his train of thought, and I would appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Regarding what Anna was asking about, I was just mentioning an innovation project we undertook 3 years ago among young adult learners. I mean, it was addressed mainly at evaluating resources. I mean, learning resources from publishing houses like Cambridge, Macmillan, Oxford, and addressed to teach these young adults coming from school failure, from secondary school level, and mostly other learners coming from a migrant background from Central Africa and Northern Morocco, how to face, I mean, bilingual learning with textbooks, because we normally in adult education we do not use textbooks. We simply use learning platforms, free, open resources from the web. But this time we were piloting using textbooks from publishing houses. That's what it's all about. It was a success, I need to say.
Wow, thank you. Thank you for sharing. Okay, we have 5 minutes towards the end, and it's been almost 5 hours online for some of us, which is a big thank you. Some of your names appeared from 12 up until now, and it means that we managed it to be bearable. 5 hours online, excellent. Okay, so I would like to lead you to the resource, hopefully, but also enrichment database that Sapir Academic College, Virtual Exchange Center, Impact, all of our collaborative efforts would like to offer you to join and become part of our community hub. So in the community tab, I will share the hub link with all of you now in the chat, and you can take it wherever you would like, but I just have to present some of the opportunities that you have on this Community Hub website. For you, first of all, we are inviting you to list the courses that you are planning to teach soon, maybe in 2025, and you would like to try virtual exchange with here in the course listing page. You can actually just scroll all the way down and publish your own course suggestion with the learning outcomes that you anticipate. Again, some of the fields are mandatory, some are optional, but of course, please share the title of your course and whether you are open yourself to be a guest speaker in a similar course or a multidisciplinary kind of virtual exchange experience, whether you're open to a short virtual exchange mini module 3 to 4 weeks, or whether you are interested in building a full joint course. So you can mark as many or as few options as you wish, and a preliminary starting date. So the course listing link is on this website in the virtual exchange partner search. In the virtual exchange hub, again, you can also find announcements for events and training. So this means that you can either post your own organization training announcements, conferences, different partner affairs, different things that are going to happen soon. Can be posted here as well. We will, cross post from different platforms. There are so many different hubs and platforms that support virtual exchanges, and we want to join this club of virtual exchange support systems. So you can post your events also on our website, and we will make sure to distribute it in our email list, which is already almost 2,000 academics interested in internationalization, virtual exchanges, and so on. We have a forum discussion, a place where we started this discussion called Ideas and Resources. This is a place where you can share links to different lesson plans, successful virtual exchanges, maybe share your mistakes, right? We will learn from each other. So this is where you can either share a link, share a PDF file, or any kind of resource. And I will be also uploading my own wealth of resources devoted to virtual exchange, so you can go and explore and also contribute, of course. In the networking part, last but not least, I think the most important, we are inviting all of you to, first of all, introduce yourself personally. And I already see all of this website is a user-driven website. You just go inside, enter your details, add a photo of yourself, and I see some people already started adding their information about themselves. This way we will, create a community, professional community of academics in Israel and around the world interested in these areas of internationalization, teaching EMI courses, virtual exchanges, English teachers, and AI in education. And the final link here is for you to introduce your institution, because we are interested in promoting collaborative projects, international, sometimes there are grant calls and we want to find a partner. So if there is an institution here listed, we will definitely approach you and ask to collaborate, to submit some kind of joint project, maybe for a grant with Erasmus or other initiatives that support virtual exchanges. So you're more than welcome to go and explore the website, leave your details about your organization, your institution, and we will be happy to keep in touch. And this, I think this event is about to finish. It's already 5 p.m. in Israel. Everything is recorded. You can find a YouTube live stream from 12 p.m. 5 hours live stream on YouTube. You can actually, move forward. And some of the parallel sessions that were recorded in a different link, they will also be added to our YouTube channel. You will all receive a follow-up email. I think there has been several times that we have asked you to kindly fill out a feedback questionnaire. I'm sending it again. This is very, very important for our quality assurance and for hopefully making these events better next time. And thank you very, very much for joining us. And we hope it was interesting and insightful for many of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
That was great.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you very
Bye.
much.
Thank you,
Thank
Elena.
you.
It was a pleasure
Bye-bye.
seeing everyone.
It was very interesting. Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hopefully. Bye-bye.
Elena,
Yes.
just to comment that I just post my PDF, the slides for my presentation in the resources and ideas, but I noticed that I couldn't add my email to the email field. And also I was trying to upload the document, but it's not possible, only images.
I see. I'll fix it. So thank you so much for your feedback, Gabby. So that is really, really valuable. Also, email me the information and I will make sure that everything is up and running on the website, and we will share the resources with everyone. We have almost 400 registered participants, so people wanted to join, but we still had 50 towards the end, which was great. So thank you very much. I'll share in the presentation with everyone.